Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the May meeting of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. When we have meetings like today's where we're out of the metro area and out where most of the water is and the snow is, and in that wonderful headwaters region of the state, I do like to, whenever possible, connect with local leadership and give them an opportunity to provide us with a welcome and a little context for our meeting. And so really, really happy and honored to be able to welcome County Commissioner Merritt Linke. He is he's a fifth generation rancher here in the Valley. He is also hopefully heading into his fourth term next year as County Commissioner, and serves as board member at CCI representing the Mountain District and a whole lot of other stuff, because that's how it is when you're county commissioner in a rural county. So Merritt, I would appreciate if you could give us a welcome and a little context, and thank you for being here.
I always get the short microphone. And thanks for the invite. And I really do appreciate that you guys are circulating around to get boots on the ground in the local areas. So as Greg said, yes, I'm a county commissioner. My great grandpa homesteaded actually just down the road, not far, in 1883. So we've been here a long time, and the ranch is still in operation today. So I just want to give you just a little bit of Grand County and then talk a little bit about some of the water projects that we have going on here in Grand County. Would say that Grand County is a county of extremes, and not in a bad way. It's just that there's a lot of variation in the county, not only geographically, but in terms of the economy. And I'll start off with just, we all know Colorado is famous for the 14ers, right? Grand County, even though it's a headwaters county of a headwater state, has no 14ers. They had the highest peak in Grand County is Pettingell Peak, and it's only 13,559. It's just southwest of Bertha Pass, and it joins on the Continental Divide with Clear Creek County. The lowest point in Grand County is where the Colorado River goes out of Grand County into Eagle County, and it's like 6,700 feet. So that's a pretty big extreme there. Although most of the people in the county live somewhere around 8,000 feet, and you're probably about 8,300 right here. Winter Park, again, extreme, probably around 9,000 feet, and then Kremlin is about 7,400 feet. So kind of all in between there. About 72% of our land is federal land, BLM and Forest Service, and we have a chunk of Rocky Mountain National Park. So extreme, and it's also not uncommon to have 50-degree temperature swings, where it can be 20 below on a winter day, but by the time the sun gets out, it warms up to 30, and that's a nice 50-degree swing. And same thing in the summer, it can be 30 on a cool summer day, but warm up to 80. So a 50-degree swing is not uncommon, which I don't want to make excuses for CDOT, but that freeze thaw is sometimes what causes those potholes. Eight zip codes in the county, but there's really only 6 incorporated towns, and I kind of mentioned how that range is there. But I did want to, I'm a politician, so I like to fill up the whole room with words, but I'm not going to do that because Greg was going to give me the evil eye. But I do want to talk about the 3 kind of big water projects that we have going on here. And the background is, as you know, Grand County is, like I said, the headwaters county of the headwater state. And we have the highest amount, percentage-wise, of trans mountain diversions of any county in the state. And that's probably because we're the farthest east of any West Slope county. Poke a 13-mile tunnel down here, or a 6-mile tunnel down here, and a 13-mile tunnel up here by Grand Lake, and get water to the East Slope, which is good, right? Because we can grow more crops than we can grow here. Talked to Mr. Sakata a little bit ago about that, but We grow hay and cattle, and that's pretty much it as far as ag. But ag is a big part of our economy. But anyway, we could go on and on about that. But the three big projects that we have here that we've been working on, I mean Grand County, have been working on for a long time. First of all, are the Shoshone permanent water right permanency. That's huge. And we thank the CWCB for the funding for that and kind of taking the lead along with the River District to get that going through. I know there's still a lot of hoops to jump through, but we really feel that that's a win-win for the West Slope, for ag, for recreation, for all those things that that water right, the permanency of that water right will bring for us. The next one, and I think you guys are taking a tour this afternoon, is the connectivity channel. Again, Grand County has worked on that for a long, long time. We had a bunch of collaboration, a bunch of partnerships, and we've gotten past that day where we used to hit each other on the head with shovels, and my grandpa and his brother did actually that thing. But we've gotten past that, so I really appreciate that we can work together with some of the diverters and water users to put together projects like that. So connectivity channel is number 2. And then the third thing that's really just still in the works a little bit too is the operational framework for the Bunty Highline Ditch, which is a ditch that's part of the CBT, the Colorado Big Thompson Project. And it was part of a original ag operation, and that water, because it's doing nothing, it's no longer irrigating crops, it ends up being by default just going east, gets into the system and goes east through the Adams Tunnel. So by making that water right acquired, and actually northern, and there's a lot of details, and I won't get into that. Again, the whole room is full of words, right? So we won't get into that, but making that water right and the partnership that we've gotten through northern keeps that water, again, going west, that helps those ag operations, that allow their water to get diverted to irrigate those hay fields, and also the recreational aspect, keeping the river healthy as far as the bugs and the fish and all those things that a lot of us enjoy and get some income off of. So I'm going to stop there. I don't know if I've beaten the 5 minutes or not, but I'm going to stop there. And again, welcome you all to Grand County. I am going to stick around for the director's reports, and if you have any questions or want any further follow up any of those things, talk to Paul Bruchet. So thank you very much.
Merritt, thanks so much for making time to join us, and I really appreciate it. Good luck with your campaign. And we know that Grand County will continue to be well represented, both on our board here, but also in those broader conversations that naturally are focused around this headwaters part of the state. So thank you. I'm going to formally call the May meeting to order now. And we'll begin the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Flags over here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. So I'm somewhat sorry to say that our first order of business is electing a new chair and a new vice chair. And I won't belabor it, but I do just want to say thank you to Lauren. It's been great helping to bring you on board, and also to just serve in this capacity. Thank you, Dan. Enjoyed working with you to figure out our leadership question going forward. And I also want to thank Jackie, Director Brown, because there's always an element of a handoff here and follow up and support. So appreciate that. And thanks to all of the rest of you just for bearing with me. And it's been one of the real pleasures of my career to work with the board and staff, keep moving the ball forward. So thank you. And with that, I would welcome a nomination for chair and vice chair. Yep, Director Brody.
Director Phelps, first of all, thank you for your leadership during this last year plus. You've done an amazing job as chair. So really appreciate it. It's always a privilege to be a part of this group and to be sitting at this table. We have so many talented colleagues who bring such great perspectives, And I would be honored to nominate Director Nathan Combs for the role of chair.
Okay. We've got a motion. Is there a second? Director Brown? Okay. Are there any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion on the floor to elect Director Combs chair. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, that motion carries. He's the chair. I'm going to hold on to it for one more moment though, and I think just to probably best, I would also entertain a motion for nomination for vice chair. Director Brody.
Thank you again. And I would be honored to nominate my colleague, Director Lorelei Clout, to be the vice chair.
Okay, is there a second? Director Boucher? I suppose I should have asked you whether you accept the nomination, Director Combs, but the train just went right on through. Director Cloud, are you okay with this? All right. Any other nominations for vice chair? All right, seeing none, we'll close the nomination process. All those in favor of electing Director Cloud as vice chair? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion carries. So Director Combs? Well done. So give us just a sec here. I think we got to do a little shuffle. Probably. I think we should.
Yeah, just move my laptop or what do you want to do?
Yeah. Well, unless you want to use mine.
Gotta have the gavel, keep this group in order.
I don't have any secrets. Yes.
Well, if you listen to the public comment in Chaffey County, apparently I do have a lot of secrets.
I'm gonna go rogue because you forgot to ask for discussion.
Okay.
You've been an amazing chair, but that's your one fault is that you forgot to do that. I just wanted to say thank you, Chairman Felt, for what you did with the role of chair. I think everyone that has the opportunity to be the chair of this board kind of takes their own flavor and runs with it. And I was just so impressed by how much of your personal time you put into the role, and you really created a dynamic board for us as we move through the hiring of Lauren and the water plan finalization, and a number of challenging things that have and continue and will continue to happen to water in Colorado. Your leadership, you were very courageous, and it takes a lot to be courageous when you're a professional in Colorado working in a really tough industry, but you didn't even consider, what will people think of me if I am bold and courageous? And I really admire you for that. And just thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank you. As I kind of mentioned before, you set a good example, Director Brown. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Well, shoot, here you go. I guess first executive privilege, I'd like to just tell Greg how much I appreciate the example and just the ground you plowed. Coming on the board, just the steadiness is very encouraging, and I appreciate how you handled everything and just the example you were to everybody in your leadership. I think Director Brown did an excellent job of describing that and really appreciate that. So could we please give him just a thank you? Second thing is ask for a lot of patience and forgiveness as we move forward today. Depend on Lauren to kind of say, you can't do that. So we'll go on. So I guess appreciate the opportunity and way to go. I guess we'll get on with the agenda on item 2 and review and approve the March 13th, 14th board meeting minutes. So
This trips me up every month.
yep, they did my stats. So thank you. Apparently we have to approve the agenda first. So where we have Director Vasquez online, can we just ask, does anyone have any opposition to approving the agenda as recently mailed out and amended? Seeing none, we'll say it was approved then. We can do it, but we do have to do it with a motion. We can't do it by common with just no opposition. Okay, so thank you. So do we have a motion? Director Brody?
I'll move approval of the agenda.
Okay, second. Good, Director Brochet. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, now we're under the March 13th, 14th board meeting minutes. Has anybody had a chance to look at those or have any questions or concerns? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve those meetings, the meeting minutes. Director Felt. Second, Director Brody. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, on to item 3 on the consent agenda. I believe Director McLeod had some items you'd like to withdraw from the consent agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to take the water plan grant program edits off the consent agenda. I have a few small comments I want to bring to the attention of the board on that item.
Water plan edits. Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else on that?
No, but just to be clear, that's consent agenda item 4 that we're taking off. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or concerns over the consent agenda with that withdrawal? So I'd ask for an approval of the consent agenda with item number 4 being withdrawn for later consideration. Anyone else make a motion? Director Brody.
I'll move approval with that one item removed.
Thank you. We have a second? It's Director Cloud again. Thank you. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Are there
Aye.
any opposed? Okay. So when do we want to handle item 4 right now?
I would suggest that we move that maybe to the end of tomorrow. Cole, are you gonna be here tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe let's do it after your 2 items today, if that makes sense.
You said after lunch, Cole, is that correct?
We'll do it after. item.
Thank you. Okay, you can see where our next proposed meeting locations would be, the North Platte, the Rio Grande in September, and then Denver Metro in November. I guess we'll move on at that point to our director's report. We'll start with Director Gibbs.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on this new role, as well as Vice Chair Cloud. Congratulations to both of you. Really appreciate your willingness to step up and be in this leadership role. And I just want to echo some of the nice comments about Director Felt as well. And it was truly a pleasure to work with you while you were chair, and whether it's you working directly with Lauren and her team to look at what the agenda was, but thinking back of that process for filling the CWCB director, your behind the scenes advocacy for your fellow board members was present throughout everything. And he was a very strong voice to make sure that, it was, your decision at the end of the day that I really want to support. So thank you for your leadership on that. Yeah, great to be here in Grand County. This is really a special place for me for a variety of different reasons. I love being here at YMCA the Rockies. Been here for staff retreats, been here when Brian McPherson is lapping me in a 50K cross-country ski race. And but every year, at least one time a year, me and my family come here, and whether it's in the winter time or summertime, just a real special place. And gosh, we almost weren't able to meet here in person, right? Wasn't there a squirrel that got in the way? And I don't know if it's appropriate. Do we need to have a moment of silence for this squirrel? But no. But and also thank you, Commissioner Lenke, for being here. We really appreciate all your work here in the community. And it's interesting, like being a former county commissioner myself, like how much you're laser focused on your home community and what's really important. But many county commissioners too get involved with, leadership roles outside of their county, whether it's Club 20 or CCI or other or Colorado River District, and you name it. And Commissioner Lanky is one of those folks that always has an eye on Grand County, but is so involved with statewide issues. Wolf worked too with a stakeholder advisory group or the technical work group, really. But laser focused on, big picture issues. So thank you for your leadership. Really appreciate you. And just thinking, Mayor, of your comments on, CDOT and some of the weather, I live in Summit County, right? So there's a lot of similarities, but a lot of differences as well. But one similarity between Grand County and Summit County is, we have the same 4 seasons. We have waiting for winter. We have winter. We have waiting for winter to end, which is where we're at right now. And then we also have the 4th of July, and sometimes, right, it snows on the 4th of July, depending on where you're at in the county. So, anyways, just my update I want to share with you. First of all, I want to give a special shout out to a few folks on my team that were recognized recently for their outstanding service to the state of Colorado. So last week was Public Service Recognition Awards. So this is a unique time where I'm able to nominate one person that works for the Department of Natural Resources. And, when you look at like full-time, part-time, seasonal, we're a large organization. We're one of the top, 4 or 5 largest in the state in terms of departments. I nominated Carly Jacobs for Public Service of the Year Award. She has been my budget director for the DNR, and she recently moved into this new role of being Chief Financial Officer for the organization. And, it's not too often that budget directors in particular get shout outs and praise from JBC members, especially our former county commissioner, good friend Barbara Kirkmeyer, who praised her work during the legislative session of how well she helps put together kind of the DNR budget proposal. So a big thank you for Carly for being recognized for this public service award. And then also tying into that, we also have what's called the Tom Clements Award. And that is in particular for government innovation. So Tom is a former Department of Corrections executive director that very, very sadly was shot in the line of working for the governor from a person that was released from prison. And Tom was really known as a great innovator, a great collaborator, and there's an award every year that kind of recognizes the spirit of Tom Clements. And I'm really happy that the main runner-up for that award was our own Chris Sturm. And I don't think Chris is here today, but of course, Chris is the lead for the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program within CWCB, and he has zigzagged the state, working with local communities to do, planning on, if there was a fire in a particular area, how that impacts watersheds and so forth. So a big thank you and just awesome for Chris Sturm, and then the entity that won the innovation award was actually also the DNR family, and that was Colorado Parks and Wildlife, along with Department of Revenue for the implementation of the Keep Colorado Wild Pass. So that was really awesome. So I went away of this luncheon feeling, really excited to look around and have such amazing rock stars that are making really meaningful differences in the state of Colorado. Next, I want to share with you some staffing updates. We have a new person sitting around the table, and that's Jason Ullman. So really want to welcome you, Jason, for your role as being state engineer as well as the division director for Division of Water Resource. And Jason has really hit the ground running and literally just, continues to zigzag the state and as well as other states to be where he needs to be to make sure that him and his team are well positioned on critical water challenges around the state. So we'll welcome you, Jason, and just really excited to have you here. Also want to recognize Tracy Kozloff. As you all know, Tracy attended these meetings as well while she was the acting director, and she really did a fantastic job. And she kind of accepted reluctantly a little bit. She was like, I'm not, it's hard doing two jobs, right? So her deputy role didn't go away. And I know that she was really pleased when you got the job and she could go back to being your deputy. But just want to just recognize Tracy for her great role. Also, hopefully many of you have heard Kelly Romero-Heaney, who was my assistant director on water. Her position was recently elevated as the new DNR deputy policy director. So she is helping to obviously use her water skills that she has, but also help us navigate everything else in the Department of Natural Resources. And big picture, as you all know, we handle everything in the state that deals with land, water, wildlife, minerals, and oil and gas. So it's a great opportunity for Kelly, and glad that you're still here, Kelly, at this particular meeting. And then, of course, when she left, that opened up the position for assistant director on water. And really pleased that Nate Pearson was selected to fill that role. And we haven't actually sent out a press release on that, so it's probably news for maybe most of you in the room. But Nate is someone that I'm sure many of you have worked with. He's attended these meetings. He's also participated in Basin Roundtable meetings and IBCC, really helping to navigate what, federal and also I'd say state opportunities where the nexus was on water, but also other areas, and previously worked with Office of State Planning and Budgeting within the governor's office. So he'll play a unique dual role similar to what Kelly has played before in terms of advising on water for the DNR, but also being a key advisor on water issues to the governor. So congratulations, Nate, and we're really look forward to working with you in this new role. Okay. Let's see. And then also I just mentioned before that Carly Jacobs, my former budget director, is now going to be the CFO. So we're going to be hiring for budget director. So if any of you know folks in your circles that should apply and want to, be a part of a great team, please let me know. But we're advertising that. I think, Kelly, we're advertising that later on this week, I believe. I'm pretty sure, or in the next few weeks. The legislative session just finished up actually a week ago today, believe it or not. So I think we're all safe now. No, but no, in all seriousness, that's a 120-day legislative session. So much is going on. There were, I think, about 700 bills during the session. Definitely a whirlwind, to say the least. My legislative director, Daphne Gervais, really hit the ground running again this year, and she has just been an amazing asset for the Department of Natural Resources. And my hope is that she's going to take some time off to kind of recuperate from that legislative session. But I would say it was a pretty historic legislative session. I'm going to give you all a snapshot of some of the water-related bills, but big picture for the Department of Natural Resources, it was a big year for us in that we were successful. We're anticipating that we'll have 58 additional FTE scattered throughout the Department of Natural Resources to really help with fulfilling our mission of the DNR and expectations that the governor and legislators have for us to fulfill. So I just want to give you a snapshot of some of the kind of water-related bills that I think many of you are familiar with these, but I'll just make sure you're familiar. Of course, HB 1435, the annual water conservation projects bill, that included $220 million. So, big year for that. We had Senate Bill 5, that was the prohibition on non-functional turf and artificial turf and invasive species. That was already signed by the governor, but that bill will prevent local government from installing, planting, or replacing, or allowing any person to install plant or related any non-functional turf on that landscape. Next one was Senate Bill 197. That was the Drought Task Force bill. So that included the numerous recommendations that came out of that task force. It also included language on providing abandonment protection for utility water rights within the Yampa Valley. I know, Jackie, you're very familiar with that, of course. But you know, that was a big historic bill as well. We also have the annual Species Conservation Trust Fund bill that included $5 million. That's really focused on research, study, recovery programs of either like species that are state endangered or threatened or federally. Let's see, we have the sports betting ballot bill that will be put to the question to the Colorado voters in November on whether or not voters should lift the $29 million Tabor cap that's currently in place for sports betting revenue for water plan grants. We had HB 1463, that's the tap fee bill. And that passed. We had Senate Bill 26, that's the Agriculture and Natural Resources Public Engagement Requirement Bill. I think Lauren will talk maybe more about that in her update, but that will impact this particular board as well as the State Ag Commission and Colorado Parks and Wildlife in terms of public engagement opportunities that you have as a result of sitting on this board. Next, Senate Bill 148, that's the Rainwater Harvesting and Stormwater Detention Facilities Bill. This is for facilities that are also approved to be used as precipitation harvesting facilities. So either through a substitute water supply plan or an augmentation plan. Bill authorizes the use of water detained in the facility for precipitation harvesting. And this bill was already signed by the governor. We also had Senate Bill 37 that was signed. That's the Green Infrastructure and Water Quality Management Bill. So this bill requires the University of Colorado and the Colorado State University to collaborate with CDPHE to study the feasibility of substituting green infrastructure and plan and management network for all natural green spaces. So that's a pretty big bill. And then, you know, I would say almost one of the most like hotly contested and challenging bills was HB 1379. So that's the dredge and fill bill that passed. You know, a special shout out to DWR as well as CPW. Rob Harris, you and your team, you know, thank you for all your work on that. It's very historic to say the least for Colorado to set up this program. There'll be within CDPHE. Kelly Romero-Heaney, I don't know how many meetings you were involved with that too, so big thank you to you as well. But it's really exciting to have that pass. And I think there was a point that a lot of us thought that maybe it'd be next session that we would see a dredge and fill program pass because there's just so much, a lot of debate, I would say, and rightfully so. You know, everyone wanted to try to get it right. The long bill also had support for CWCB as well as DWR. So we saw 469,000 and 4 FTE. So DWR had 3 FTE for their river operations coordinators in the South Platte and the Rio Grande basins to help administer complex water rights. So awesome to see that move forward. Parks and Wildlife. Let's see, also for CWCB, we had our grant manager that's supposed to, you know, obviously improve customer service and the grant management efficiencies. We have biodiversity too within state land board as well as Parks and Wildlife that will see 13 FTE for this whole new biodiversity program within those departments. So again, like a big year for the DNR, 58 FTE. A few other updates quickly. Colorado Parks and Wildlife, the DNR, Great Outdoors Colorado, and the governor's office has been working on this statewide plan we're calling the Colorado Outdoor Strategy. So picture kind of like the Colorado Water Plan, but we're working with local communities to look at need for outdoor recreation, conservation, where trails will go, where they shouldn't go, working with local communities on a ground up plan. And I'm really excited about that. That's really the first of its kind in the nation. So we're really excited about that partnership. Just last week, CPW Director Jeff Davis recently joined U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Director Martha Williams and members of the Southern Ute Tribe in La Plata County to celebrate over $700,000 in federal bipartisan infrastructure funding to replace a 60-foot-long steel culvert in Cherry Creek. Were you there, Director Cloud? No. And so this project is expected to help improve the habitat of native roundtail chub and the bluehead sucker and the fennel mouth sucker. So that's good to see too. And then our Energy and Carbon Management Commission just released our draft rules for deep geothermal operations for public comment. So we expanded the scope of oil and gas to include geothermal heating and carbon sequestration and so forth. And so it's great to see that expansion. And so now we're working on our rules to really help us to implement what we're able to expand on our expanded scope of authority. Our Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program is in the process of awarding $10 million to our priority wildfire mitigation areas around the state. And so we're accepting applications. I think that goes through this Friday for that. And then the USDA just announced yesterday that it's awarding $30 million for the community wildfire defense grants to 9 projects in Colorado to help at-risk communities protect their homes, businesses, and critical infrastructure. So that's really awesome to see. And then also for the State Forest Service, I want to make sure you all knew. Some of you have worked with Christina Burry, that previously was with Denver Water, and she is now the new Deputy Director for the Colorado State Forest Service. So at the DNR, we're always happy to accept applications from other great organizations around the state to really build our great team. And Christine, I've worked with her for many years because she has been kind of a lead on a lot of the forest health and watershed health issues and challenges and opportunities with Denver Water. So she'll just be an awesome addition. So also I want to share with you some tribal updates too. So on April 22nd, 2024, the Upper Basin tribes and the Upper Basin states within the division of the Colorado River Basin, acting through the Upper Colorado River Commission, signed a historic MOU. This MOU commemorates the parties' commitment to timely sharing information regarding Colorado River developments, identification of Colorado River issues, mutual concerns. And that was very historic. You were there for that one, Director Cloud. That was at the on Apache Nation lands, I believe. And so that was, awesome to see that happen. And then also this legislative session, at the request of Boulder Representative Joseph, there's a new development of an interim committee regarding American Indian Affairs that was approved to meet from 2024 and 2025. So this particular committee was created under a legislative forum to build better relationships with American Indian communities and address challenges facing American Indians in Colorado. So they will be looking at various different recommendations, and that will be meeting over the next, I believe, few years on that. Some special committees have, a 1-year time frame, and some is kind of perpetual. I don't know exactly how long this will continue, but it's considered an interim committee. So with that, I know there's a lot, but I'm happy to answer any questions, or, if anyone has any side questions or comments too, I'm happy to always walk out in the hall too. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. Does anybody have any questions? All right, thank you. Director Riss.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. I'll try not to be too repetitive on some of the legislative updates, but first I just wanted to thank Greg so much for your leadership over the last year. It's been such a pleasure to work with you. And you've done just a tremendous job. You're such a thoughtful leader. But I think lucky for us, we don't have a shortage of leadership and talent on this board. And I feel very confident in Director Combs and Director Cloud taking over as chair and vice chair, and know that you're going to do just an excellent job going forward. I feel like the vice chair position is, I don't know if cursed is the right, last cursed, I don't know. Hopefully you stick around. It's a dynamic. Right, that's right. It is not a static position, but we hope in your case that it is. So we appreciate you both taking on that role. Also wanted to welcome and congratulate Jason Ullman as the new DWR director. This is his first meeting, so welcome to our lesser sister agency on water policy. We have an ongoing debate with Tracy about this. I think we decided we were co-top water agency. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're glad to have you. And also congratulations, of course, to Kelly Romero-Heaney, taking on a new leadership challenge. And I'm also really excited to work with Nate. I feel like you all might know Nate better as nate.pearson@state.co.us, which was how he usually introduced himself as the contact for all the funding opportunities around the state. So he's just a wealth of knowledge, not only in that respect, but really in just the operations of state government. And I know he's going to do a great job. So welcome, Nate. Let's see. We have some staffing changes at the CWCB that I wanted to go through, and this is kind of a you win some, you lose some staffing report. So I'll start with the wins, which is we now have Felicia Sampson, who joined our interstate and federal team in May as the Colorado River Program Assistant, which is providing some much needed logistical and organizational support to that section. That was part of the Colorado River staffing budget item that we received last session. So we're really excited to have Felicia. She came from the Attorney General's office. So really sorry about that, but I know, but she's still in your sphere. So we're really lucky to have Felicia. We're also looking forward to welcoming Clint Carney, who is also part of the Colorado River decision item package from last session. He's going to be our federal policy specialist. He comes to us from CSU, where he's been teaching on federal issues related to the Colorado River. I know that Amy and Emily and that whole team is really looking forward to having him on board to help with some of the federal pieces of that conversation going forward. And we have one more position that we're working on filling related to the Colorado River support team, and that is the CDSS position that'll help support Brian McPherson. So we're in the process of hiring that. And once that's done, we will have all the boxes checked and all the FTEs filled related to that package of new staff. So that's exciting. We're also in the process of hiring a new GIS support position that'll be in the water supply planning section, which I think will be really integral to a lot of the work we do across the agency, but in particular is going to really step up and help with the technical update to the water plan, which, yes, we're already starting to think about that because that is also a dynamic process in the agency. We never stop planning. Dan mentioned Chris Sturm's honorable mention for the Tom Clemens Award. We're just really proud of Chris and all of the work that he's done. I was just remembering that the funding for that effort came with quite a fight. The legislature was not really inclined to support that funding for that type of analysis around the state, and really wanted to see us put all of that funding towards awarding grants. And Chris and Kevin were just such great advocates for, trying to articulate the need to have the technical foundation so that we can award grants in a way that makes the most sense. So Chris has just, I think, blown that whole project out of the water, and everywhere we go, we hear people giving accolades to the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program. So it's just been such a tremendous value. So good job, Chris. And then two that we're saying goodbye to. The first is Pete Konovitz, who had a lapse in judgment and decided to take a job with Parks and Wildlife. And so we say goodbye to Pete. CPW is going to take him on as the water programs administrator in CPW. And so we'll continue to work with him in that capacity, but that obviously leaves a big void in the in-stream flow and stream lake protection program. So we will miss Chris, but Rob Vihill's on it and is working to backfill his position. And then also in the in-stream flow section, we have Sade Clemens, who's been a temporary hydrographer since last September and has just done a really outstanding job. And she's going to be departing onto new adventures the end of this month. So we're also sad to see her leave. Dan did a really excellent job kind of covering the major bills that we saw this session, including the water projects bill, which is obviously the most important to this agency. And you all have talked about that a number of times, so I won't go into any great detail, but I think, you know, it's a historic level of funding at over $200 million this year, and we're going to put that to good use, as you all know. He also mentioned the sports betting bill that was House Bill 1436. As Dan said, that removes the Tabor cap. So what that means for us is that we will likely be getting more funding into the water plan grant program. The projections for that that revenue source in the next couple of years have exceeded $29 million. And so we're looking at the possibility of an additional $5+ million coming in the door. So we will get the majority of that funding once the Tabor cap is lifted if voters approve that in November. Dan also mentioned the public meeting engagement bill, which is Senate Bill 26. This requires that each CWCB board member and Parks and Wildlife Commissioner participate in at least 2 public meetings in your basin, beginning in January of 2025. These meetings can be in person or virtual. We worked with Daphne, our legislative liaison, to make sure that roundtable meetings would count for that participation requirement. So hopefully that's not a big lift on your part. You just need to make sure you go to at least 2 roundtable meetings a year, which hopefully y'all are doing anyway. And then I think the reporting requirements, we'll work with Anna and probably Cole to track those. But I think the bill requires that you report that to your board chair. We'll help you with that, Director Combs. And then we also include that as part of our annual performance report to the General Assembly. The other bill that affects CWCB directly is Senate Bill 179, and that relates to our floodplain management program. And this came to us as an issue from FEMA a year or 2 ago. I'm looking at Kevin Houck in the audience. Yeah, where they basically flagged that the state wasn't in compliance with the requirements for the National Flood Insurance Program. And so Kevin and team worked closely with the Office of the State Architect, and the bill allows the state architect to develop rules and regulations for regulatory floodplains in Colorado that would apply to state-owned properties and facilities. So that essentially ensures that we, as a state, are compliant with those requirements from FEMA. So Kevin, I'm sure, will be in the loop and working closely with the Office of the State Architect as that program is further developed. Also wanted to expand a little bit on the long bill decision item related to our additional grant management position that was approved. We are so excited because what that means is that we will be able to hire an additional section chief in CWCB, and we will create a new grant management section. And so we're envisioning moving water supply grant staff and water plan grant staff into a new section managed by a grant management specialist, which provides a lot of efficiencies both for our internal processes and communication with grant applicants, and just making sure that we're all on the same page with projects that are receiving multiple grants from the state and have all of our processes in sync. It also means that Cole in particular and Russ Sands, who currently each respectively manage the water supply planning grants and the water plan grants, have a little bit less of a load on their plates with fewer staff to manage in their sections. So I'm really looking forward to that. We already have the position description in the process of being written up, and we'll be advertising that shortly. So we're trying not to waste any time when it comes to implementing that. The other item I just wanted to mention was related to the legislative session that we did see some severance tax transfers come out of our cash funds, as we had discussed earlier. And of course, the implications for that are that we have to be a little bit tighter with how we manage our non-reimbursable funding and our loan project funding. The House Bill 1413 transferred a total of $44.3 million from the operational fund and the perpetual base fund to meet just the challenging budget needs around the state. So that's what I have for legislative items. As far as program updates around the agency, wanted to mention that the flood bulletin resumes forecasting operations on May 1st, and this has some major improvements this go around. Take a look at that online. You can find it through our CWCB website under the flood focus item or focus area on the drop-down menu. There are multiple interactive tiles that have top-line flood threat metrics and severity information about the current and previous days' flood conditions. It's a pretty cool tool once we get into flood season, which is quickly approaching here. Maybe we're already in it. Also wanted to mention that the Water Conditions Monitoring Committee, the WCMC, met on April 23rd and will meet again on May 21st. Statewide reservoir storage is at 99% of medium and snowpack is at 84% of median. Really want to thank Emily Adrid for hosting those meetings in conjunction with DWR staff. I think that's a really valuable meeting. It's open to the public. Y'all can listen in if you're interested, but I find it particularly useful in kind of thinking more long range and hearing from the experts about what we can expect to see in the coming seasons. Our staff is also assisting with implementing 2 executive orders for greening government. This includes developing water efficient landscaping policies for state facilities and reducing potable water consumption by at least 2% by the end of the fiscal year 24-25 for state facilities. So that's really about practicing what we preach and applying water conservation to state-owned facilities. So thank you so much to the water supply planning team that's been pitching in on that effort. In the director's report in the packet, you'll also see the list of severance tax operational fund projects that we are planning on moving forward with this year. Just as a reminder, the CWCB has access to up to 5% of the severance tax operational fund. That becomes available July 1st. And this year, we expect to have about $1.2 million available for funding. We have worked across the agency to identify the projects that have a funding need, and will do the most good for the agency and the state, and have outlined 16 different projects. I'll just highlight a couple of those. There's a project we're planning on funding related to education and outreach needs related to the post-2026 negotiations on the Colorado River, which is obviously an ongoing need and will become even more important as those negotiations pick up and we start to have some outcomes related to that. Obviously a huge communications challenge, so have funding set aside for that. We also have a climate change community impacts report that follows on the heels of the 2023 Climate Change in Colorado report, which we've been touting as a major accomplishment over this last year. This report will lead to some workshops and a report of how climate change and natural hazards will impact local communities, and also, most importantly, to seek to identify how local planning efforts can make some practical use of this climate data to identify impacts and solutions to water infrastructure and people at the local level. So it's really taking the data and applying it on the ground level. We also are working on a report to integrate water quality and land use information from some work that CSU is doing into the next round of the water plan scenarios development for the next iteration of the water plan and technical update. This isn't necessarily unique to the past couple of months, but I did want to highlight how we've been getting out and around the state in various forums to talk about the good work we're doing and take input, in addition to the roundtable meetings, which of course have a full agenda and staff support from CWCB. I was at the Southwest Water Seminar on a panel with Robert Cicada, there you are, and Andy Mueller from the River District at the end of March. I also spoke at the American Water Resources and the Colorado Groundwater Annual Symposium in April, where Kate Weissmiller and Emily Adrid also presented. I was fortunate to be able to stop by the Water and Power Development Authority and give an in-person update on CWCB and meet the commissioners on the Water and Power Development Authority. Along with Dan and Matt McCombs from the State Forest Service, we attended a fairly unique conference, I would say, atypical for where we usually go, something called the Western Regional Partnership, which was held up in Beaver Creek, which had a heavy military presence. And I think the overall objective of that meeting was to take a big picture look at some of the infrastructure, transportation, water and climate forestry related challenges kind of facing the Western region and how it impacts federal and state lands and properties and how that factors into military strategy and operations. Anyway, it was a really interesting meeting. There were a lot of pins and insignia that I didn't necessarily understand, but it was a great group, an interesting conversation. We also have had Russ out and about in the international community. He was in Brazil this last month where he spoke at a drought conference, and Kat and Emily's Mac were just, Emily Adrid. We have too many Emilys. Emily Adrid were just at the National Adaptation Forum in St. Paul, Minnesota, talking about climate change impacts. Coming up, we have a Climate Impacts and Vulnerabilities Forum at the Spur Center on May 21st, and then the Watershed Summit on June 21st. The theme is One Water Day, and I expect that there will be a number of you all attending, and we have some presentations from CWCB staff as well. I also wanted to let you all know, this isn't a surprise, but our staff at the CWCB is just really top-notch. We have kicked off a lunch and learn event within the agency where maybe not every Wednesday, but a couple Wednesdays every month, we've invited staff to present on a topic that they are working on within the agency or something that's particularly interesting to them. I want to thank Cole Bedford and his team for really implementing this effort. It's been hugely valuable, I think, just for the morale of the folks within CWCB and just a great opportunity to hear what everybody's working on. We've had 4 different presentations. Brian McPherson kicked it off with a discussion on Colorado River modeling. We had Jenna Batson talk about kind of her early career in California and kind of what led her into the role she's currently in. We had Kara Shield present on endangered fish recovery. And then we had Stacy Coleman from DNR come talk to us about tribal issues. So it's just been really informative, an opportunity for us all to get together and kind of be in the same room, which doesn't happen as much as I'd like now post-COVID, but it's just been a really informative opportunity for us all to gather and share lunch and hear about what everybody's working on. So if you're ever in Denver on a Wednesday, let me know and we'll see if we have one going on. You can pop in. I think that's all I had for today, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Directors. Any questions? Thank you. Okay, I think Director Mitchell is online.
Yes, I am, and thank you. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I have been traveling already at the beginning of this week.
Hold on just 1 second.
Oh.
Okay, now go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Well, I am sorry I can't be there in person. I've been traveling a bit already this week, so a few flights already. So with a lot of work to do the rest of the week, so I figured this would be an appropriate way to join. So in terms of the director's report for the IBCC, even though we have not met since February, our IBCC members have been hard at work gathering feedback from their roundtables on 2 documents that came from our last IBCC meeting in February in Golden. The IBCC is continuing momentum generated from that meeting. I'm really proud. I think people have taken this charge very seriously. And so they're trying to help the CWCB develop 2 draft documents that I am hoping will garner broad basin support and be useful tools for the IBCC moving forward. The first is draft qualities and skills of a successful IBCC member and project document. And really the goal of this document is to help the IBCC and then members of each individual roundtable better understand what the IBCC does. That's something that I heard is incredibly important. And then understand what qualities are desirable in an IBCC member when choosing a candidate to be on the IBCC from each individual roundtable. And then also to better understand when conversations are ripe for moving from discussion to action at the IBCC level. And then the other document is a draft low regrets 2.0 document. Those that have been around a bit probably remember the no and low regrets document from quite a while ago. And I think in the conversations across the state and that I had with individual IBCC members. I think people felt like that was a positive thing for the IBCC to be working on. So this document revisits the intent and history of the original no and low regret strategy, but it also highlights some of the IBCC's members' ideas, and then identifies a potential path forward to create new strategies that maybe the IBCC can workshop with roundtables, and also you all at the CWCB board. The intent really of this is to work better and to get a better understanding if a new low and regret strategy might be an actionable work product that the IBCC could develop to help inform the next basin implementation process and ultimately the water plan. Our next meeting will be June 18th in Durango. Everyone's always welcome. We have a pretty exciting agenda planned that includes a visit to both Lake Nighthorse and then also hearing from Southern Ute and the Ute Mountain Ute tribes. So we're also obviously going to hear updates on the Colorado River, the Shoshone water right acquisition, spend some time talking about that low regret strategy document, and then working to chart a path forward for all of those efforts. The PEPO committee, the IBCC PEPO committee is helping CWCB plan the C9 summit. Just block your calendars. That will be October 1st and 2nd in Crested Butte. And remember, this is really an effort that helps bring all of us together, including the board, the IBCC, the roundtables, and beyond. So that's all I have. I'm hoping you guys have a great meeting. I'll be watching from home, and we'll go from there. If there's any questions, I'd gladly take them.
Thank you, Becky. Does anybody have any questions for Director Mitchell? I guess not. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so on behalf of Department of Ag, Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. As you can tell, I'm not Commissioner Greenberg. She sends her regrets. Today is actually, the schedules got shifted around a little bit, so our Ag Commission is actually meeting today in Ray, and so was not able to attend. And I think I have some slides that are going to be coming up. So I guess to start off, my also sincere thanks to Director Felt. It was really an honor to serve as your vice chair for a couple months. No, really, the whole time I've been on the CWCB, Greg, it's just been so inspirational, and your leadership style. I've just tried to adopt that because I just have a lot of respect for how you can really gather people together and come to very forward-looking solutions. And I just really appreciate that about you. So thanks so much, and look forward to working with Nathan and Lorelei as we move forward. It's really exciting to move forward with that. And then welcome Director Ullman. Really excited also to work with you and moving forward. Director Gibbs, and your announcements, I have to admit that I'm really mad at somebody. When I heard the announcement that Kelly was moving up, I texted her right away with a bunch of frowning emojis. That here this whole time I was so excited to move into my position, thinking that I get to work side by side with her because she's just a tremendous person. But I'm really excited by your recent announcement with Nate coming on board, and look forward to looking up to him. I mean, working with him. So looking forward to that. But Kelly, you and I need to talk later. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Really appreciate that. Last night also, the Department of Ag had a open forum in Ray. So I was actually there last night. And we had a good time with talking with the communities there. Last month, our last meeting was, of course, at the CSU Spur campus. I have a slide there of there. Those of you that aren't familiar with the campus, I really encourage you to try to get back there to tour it. It was a shame that we weren't able to get the tour of it, but it really is an amazing facility there. The Department of Ag is also really busy in a lot of emergency actions. Even though it's not related to water, I thought I should inform you about what's going on with the highly pathogenic AI that's going around, avian influenza. It's been in the state. It's been affecting bird populations for probably the last 3 years. But just recently, in the last couple of months, we now found it in dairy cattle. So it's been a big concern. The Department of Ag has been really active in doing the testing. So far it's only been found in lactating dairy cows. It's really evident because their milk production starts to drop off, and dairies are so advanced these days that they actually track how much milk is coming from each cow. So they're really able to find that out right away. Luckily, it's not fatal to the cows. It's almost like a bad flu for them as well. They get sick, and hopefully with proper care, they'll recover. But USDA has asked that emergency rules be put in place. So the Department of Ag put in emergency rules so that limiting the cows have to be tested. Lactating dairy cows have to be tested prior to being moved. So hopefully to reduce the spread of that, because it really does seem like now it's moving from dairy cow to dairy cow and not just from birds to dairy cows. They have begun testing in meat, and luckily so far they haven't found it in meat, so very thankful for that. And also, of course, they've been testing milk supplies, and we're very fortunate that we pasteurize our milk, because that seems to be taking care of it. So it's really important for good pasteurization to go on as well with that. And then also the second critical item, of course, as we mentioned earlier, was wolves. That's taking up a lot of Commissioner Greenberg's time working on the predation that's going on in this area, and hopefully really working with ranchers to try to overcome those issues and work together to see what can be done. So anything that we can do that you know of the Department of Ag should be doing, please don't hesitate to reach out. We're excited on the staffing side as well. We've just recently hired 2 new additional regional ag commissioners. One from the Pueblo area, Nick Purchase, and one from Broward County's Riley May. So we're excited about that. And then following the CWCB model of having regional grant people, we have regional people doing are called soil health specialists, and we've hired 4 of those across the state as well. So we're excited that that's going on. Commissioner Greenberg went on a trade mission to Costa Rica, was able to talk at a soil resiliency conference there. I think the governor also traveled with her there. As Director Riss mentioned, we had the opportunity to speak at the Southwestern Water Seminar. Really felt fortunate to be able to be on a panel with Director Riss and Andy Mueller. Since then, that time, it's been a flurry of water meetings, including the State of the Rio meeting. And I wish this picture would have come up. I have a special picture because Chairman Combs was on a panel there. And he was speaking, and everybody was listening very intently, including David Robbins. I think he always listens very closely whenever Director Combs speaks. But also been able to attend numerous roundtables, Gunnison, Arkansas, South Platte, Colorado. Also had the opportunity to attend the Colorado River District Board meeting. Amy Moyer, if you're listening, thank you very much. I got your email last night, and I reached out to her because they had a great presentation about the project, the Water Conservation Decision Support Tool, which CWCP helps support. Really focusing on the Gunnison Basin, really identifying, looking at the land uses, the soil types, the infrastructure, to help entities kind of use as a tool to help plan water development. So it's very similar to the tool that's used in the Bessemer Ditch project, identified what ground was really highly productive and less productive, and if we could keep the water on the highly productive ground. Really wanting to follow up with them. I think this is a really interesting tool that I hope to introduce to other communities to help them and how they look at water planning, and not just having a developer come up and say, hey, we want to develop this, here's the water, let's have some smart development, and really include agriculture in that. Also, it seems like many of us have been oops, there it is. We're going to fly through these now. Many of us have been participating in seems like law conferences lately, which has really been well, there's the picture right in the center there. If you look at Director Combs, and David Robbins is very intently listening, making sure that he's on track. This is the River District, their board meeting. Andy wanted me to point out that the landscaping, I think David received also some CWCB money for turf removal. And that's the landscaping around their office now where they would reduce the amount of non-functional turf. This is the slide that Amy Moyer sent me last night about the water conservation decision support tool. This is the Upper Gunnison Basin, again, where they put in all the available public data, whether it's soil types, land uses, water infrastructure, canals, water systems, and then they can set up different scenarios, planning scenarios in this. It's really an interesting tool. This is the tall and short of it, right? Like I said, we've been speaking at a lot of different water law meetings. This was at the CLE Colorado Law, the Colorado River Conference. Commissioner Mitchell did an excellent job. Standing next to me, the real tall person is he's the director for agriculture out of Arizona. And I was really glad we were on the panel together. In advance, you have these meetings in advance to plan what you're going to talk about. And I said, why don't you come out early and stay with me? And he did. And that was really wonderful. He flew in on Sunday. I was able to take him around to our farms. I made the mistake of actually taking him to the South Platte River. And he was like, wow, there's a lot of water in this river. So we had to immediately sit down and explain to him that it's runoff right now. Runoff is starting to come. And it really took a long time for me to explain to him the concept of direct flow water rights along a system that's dependent on snowpack. But it was a wonderful opportunity. I really appreciate that went on. Bottom right-hand picture, it's hard to tell, but that's Russ Sands. He's behind the water plant, one of my artsy pictures, right? Again, these are I was able to attend 4 of the State of the River meetings organized by the Colorado River District. Again, thanks to County Commissioner Linke. I really appreciated your comments at the one here last week and really appreciated your involvement and just really enjoyed being able to visit with you before that as well. Has anybody here seen the Mirasol movie, Looking at the Sun? I was able to see the premiere in Pueblo a couple weeks ago, and it was put on by the Palmer Land Conservancy, and it focuses in on the Pueblo area and what's happening with the drying up of agriculture and the impacts on the community. It's about a 37-minute film, and they are willing, I think if it's okay with you guys, I'd like to see if maybe at one of our future meetings, we couldn't show it to you guys as well, whether it's during lunch or afterwards in the evening sometime. It's really a touching movie. This was afterwards where Dr. Mike Botolo and some of the other people that were featured in the film were able to talk about it. It's really an amazing film that shows about the impact to communities when we start to move some of that water away from agriculture. These are some of the slides that I showed at the CLA panel. This is actually from the Upper Colorado River Basin. And talking about consumptive use in the upper basin. And I thought it was really appropriate. In that document, they say that, it's the 62.6% of CU used by agriculture, but that's theoretical. And probably it's a lot less than that and it admits the fact that on average year, about 37% of the irrigated lands don't receive that full amount. So I thought that was very important. And then as I think my last meeting, I indicated that census data. So I actually graphed it because I thought that would be much more appropriate. And during this panel, I graphed both California, Colorado, which is orange, and Arizona, which is blue, since the director for Arizona Department of Ag was with us, just for the magnitude. So you can see the difference in acreage between the 3 states. And then I continued on, and between the last reporting period, or between the last reporting period and now, how really Arizona and Colorado has actually gone downhill, but California has actually increased in irrigated acres. And then just comparing Arizona and Colorado, you can see Arizona dropped a little bit. And it's kind of leveled off. Colorado continues to go down. And then when you just plot Colorado itself, it really, again, exemplifies how that 1 million acres of lost irrigated acres is really pretty big in Colorado. I think that's why it's so important. Thanks to Russ Sands, I don't know whether he's here. He and I were able to sit down for a little while and talk one afternoon, and we're throwing out the idea of having joint meeting at Cicada Farms. I hope this is okay, Director Riss, but inviting staff from CWCB and staff from CDA. I'll give them a tour of our farm, and then we're going to sit down and kind of like your lunch and learns. We're going to just highlight, give everybody the opportunity to say what they're working on with respect to agriculture, and then just throw out our wild ideas of what we can do. Like I've always said, and I mentioned this to Russ, I definitely don't want to make more work for people, but I think maybe we can accomplish more even by doing less, by coordinating the efforts that we're doing, especially since, we really want to partner on the action plans and the water plan, and I think we can do that. So I'm really excited by that effort. And then hopefully maybe we can do that with DNR, with Division of Water Resources. I don't know about Parks and Wildlife. Let me think about that. But I'd love to do it with all the agencies. I think there's a great opportunity there as well. This is just a picture of my office. It was really kind of fun when the crabapple tree was blooming outside. I thought I'd want a bright picture when I gave my legislative update, but it was good. We got past the agricultural stewardship practices tax credit. So it'll allow in our soil health program, when farmers start to adapt these soil health programs, they'll be eligible for a tiered tax credit. As Director Gibbs said, thanks to all the work that went on the dredge and fill. Really want to thank the speaker for all her hard work, all the outreach that went on during the session. Department of Health, they included the Department of Ag in conversations on the side to make sure that all of our concerns were addressed. They worked really, really hard on that. So thanks to all of them that worked and moved forward on that. As you know, one of my side things that I really like to work on is rural mental health. Rocky Mountain Farmers Union had a bill that passed, so Department of Ag will have now some activities in the rural mental health space. And then on the water conservation bill, really appreciate that moving forward, and any way that we can help on moving forward with the Ag Water Protection Act as it expands to the other divisions of the state. I still think that's an interesting tool, even though we haven't been able to utilize it in Division 1 or Division 2. I think there's a potential on the West Slope to really be able to use that. And then next week, Department of Ag is meeting with Region 8 EPA on a lot of activities going on there. And then as Commissioner Linke spoke, I wanted to talk a little bit about my family's heritage here. I was talking with my mom, and my grandfather actually used to grow lettuce up here. This is a recent article published in the Sky High News, thanks to Emily Gutierrez. I reached out to her and she gave me permission to share the pictures from this story on there. But this used to be the lettuce capital of Colorado. What's the famous hotel in Colorado Springs, the older one? Broadmoor. Broadmoor actually used to take pride and advertise that the lettuce was coming from Granby. They actually built a giant ice plant here, and they used the rail yards in order to move that out. So my grandfather, I guess, used to rent little pieces of land in this area, and then down with his little Model A truck or whatever, he used to go across Bertha Pass down to Denver and sell it, which is incredible what they were able to do. But if you look at that, when you drive in, it's amazing how this nice little valley was a perfect environment for lettuce, nice and cool and really adaptive. And it's something it's always important, I think, that we keep that heritage in mind. And thanks to those people still involved in this area in agriculture. And I think that's it. I really want to thank everybody that's taken the time over the last couple months as I've traveled the state, people allowing me to visit with them on all the different work that's going on. It's just been a real pleasure to be in this new role. I've been traveling about 1,000 miles a week, but it's from Oak Creek to Meeker to it's amazing to see the different things that people are doing, and it's really encouraging to see that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Yes, go ahead, Director Felt. Thanks, Director Cicada. As many of you know, I have spent quite a few years on a county board of health, and I'm curious with the HPAI, just to clarify that we have seen it jump from birds to cattle, so from birds to mammals, and we've seen it jump from mammal to mammal within a species, we think. My understanding is it hasn't moved across species within the mammal phylum or whatever that is, or to human beings. Is that correct?
That's correct. Currently, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so, and that's why we want to restrict the outbreak. The more times that the virus is reproducing, there's more opportunity for it to mutate into a different form. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for, yes, Director Boucher?
Thank you, Chairman Combs. Robert, I just wanted to say how much I continue to appreciate your reports. Also at my family's ranch, the Morales homestead, we still call it the lettuce patch. Yeah, all the way down in Kremling. And then also wanted to thank Department of Agriculture for your assistance to the Middle Park stock growers. And I look forward to talking about that more tomorrow in my director's report. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Our new state engineer, Director Ullman.
Sorry, we'll start over. It's my first meeting, so no. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Chairperson Combs and Vice Chairperson Cloud, or Vice Chairwoman Cloud, on your selection. I think first, I've been the state engineer for about a month and a half now. I need to thank Director Gibbs and Governor Polis for their confidence in selecting me for that role. It is very humbling, especially considering the long storied history of the state engineer's office. It's one of the oldest state agencies, was started in 1881. And there have been a lot of great people in this role, including the previous state engineer, Kevin Ryan. I have to thank him for all the stuff he taught me through his time as state engineer. And prior to Kevin, Dick Wolf. Those were the two state engineers I've worked under in the 14 years I've been with the Division of Water Resources, and I can only hope to do as good a job as they did in this role. So, and then I also need to thank Tracy, as Director Gibbs thanked Tracy too, for her 3 months as acting state engineer. I know she wasn't excited about it, but she did an amazing job in that role. And I also have to say that having her as a deputy director was maybe one reason why I was willing to accept the role of state engineer, because having such a great person to back me up as deputy is a blessing. So I also need to say we are hiring for my previous assistant state engineer position, and nobody will be more happy than me to fill that position. I think the interviews are next week. So hopefully by middle of June, we will have somebody on board. And we've had, what I would consider, I'm going to talk about it a little later, a generational change. And it's happened at a lot of different agencies, I think, but most of you know that Mike Sullivan retired last February, Kevin Ryan retired in December. That leaves two big institutional, a lot of institutional knowledge that left DWR. And, that's a challenge. It's also an opportunity to see a big change to do things a little bit differently maybe. So, but I do have to say that hopefully that will be hired by middle of June. That position, will remain in charge of our hydrography program, our dam safety program, and our water information teams. So one of the benefits of being state engineers, I get to be here at the CWCB. So, and I guess Lauren and I can continue the discussion of which is the greater agency. But I would say that if the water users had to vote, that they'd probably vote for CWCB. They give out money and grants and loans, and we curtail their water rights. So I will give you that. But
I think we win the popularity contest.
Yeah.
But yeah, you may have the harder job.
I don't know about that, but. So on a serious note, though, in the month and a half as state engineer, I have learned a lot more about our surrounding states and some of the ways that their agencies that deal with water in their states are organized. And I think that we are lucky in Colorado to have this two agency system with the Water Conservation Board focusing more on policy and planning, and the State Engineer's Office and DWR focusing more on regulation and managing and administering the prior appropriation system. I think we do it. I don't even hesitate to say we do it better than any other state in the West. So, so I figured, and I know we're behind schedule, so I hope this isn't gonna. I don't have 100 slides, but I do have a few. And I want to introduce myself because some of you may know me better than others. Talk a little bit about statewide water conditions, and then just talk about challenges that DWR is facing as I step into this role and maybe some of my priorities coming up. So I grew up in Fort Collins and grew up working at our family's farm in Johnstown. We have my uncle still runs the feedlot and farm at County Road 15 and 54. And this picture, actually, I got back from going to my daughter's graduation in Florida with an aerospace engineering degree on Friday night, like fairly late. It's a long drive, but we heard that maybe the northern lights would be visible. So we went out at 2 a.m. to this, that's the sprinkler on the farm, and got this amazing picture. So, but this is really where I grew up, falling in love with the water part of, how amazing all the infrastructure that we've built to use the water to grow our food, to supply water to our communities. And that's the reason why I went into water resources engineering when I went to CSU for civil engineering. After I graduated from CSU, I spent 7 years as a consulting engineer, working for both Applegate Group and Ayers Associates, doing mostly raw water infrastructure design and some water rights work. And I've, feel lucky to have worked with Mike Applegate, who's, a leader in the water field as well, and learned from him. I then decided that, that the Front Range, driving to Denver, commuting to Denver, because we don't live in Denver, we lived in Johnstown actually, I was kind of tired of that, and we wanted to move to West Slope. We moved to the West Slope, and I took the job as a city engineer for the city of Montrose. And I got lucky because I got hired by Bob Herford, who's our Division 4 engineer, division engineer, as the city engineer. He was the public works director. He moved on to the state with Division of Water Resources, and 3 years later knew that my background was mostly in water, and maybe I was tired of listening to people yell at me for roundabout installations, and hired me as the assistant division engineer for Division 4, and the rest is history. That was 14 years ago. And I feel lucky to have worked for such a great group. We have such a great staff at Division of Water Resources. That's one of the reasons I like working. Our staff really care about the impact they have on people's lives. So I spent 11 years as the assistant division engineer in Division 4. And then the last 3 years, I was deputy state engineer, assistant state engineer in the role overall of more of our technical programs. So, and I'll be brief on this because I imagine it might get covered later, but we, you imagine our staff is out doing administration on the streams. One of the things we look at very closely is what's the stream flow going to be like? What kind of call situations are going to be in each of the basins? And right now, most of the state is doing pretty well. If you look at the state as a whole, it's over 100%, but it's not a whole, you can't look at it as a whole. The southern part of the state isn't doing as well. Interestingly, in a slide after this, I'll show you that they were over 100% at one point of the peak. But one of the other interesting things is that you see these large percentages over 100%, but because of the dry fall we had and the lack of monsoon rains, the soil moisture is very low, and we get the runoff earlier. That results in a stream flow forecast at Lake Powell, for instance, of 80% of the average, while the snowpack is actually at 100% of the average. So, if that kind of thing continues, then we continue to get less stream flow from equal amounts of snowpack. That's a problem. And like I said, it's much worse in the south. As you can see here, though, they were above 100% of the peak at one point. But the dust on snow, if you lived on anybody who lives on the western slope in Montrose, we had this huge dust storm in March, late March, early April, where at times, since we've lived in Montrose for 17 years, you get where the dust from the southwest comes over the plateau, and it looks like, it's funny because we came out of watching Dune 2, and it was clear when we went in, and when we came out, you couldn't see much of anything. So that has resulted in that steep drop off in the snowpack in the Rio Grande, even though we haven't had extremely high temperatures. So they picked up a little bit, but it is concerning that the Rio Grande continues to be kind of the lowest in the state year over year. So what are some statewide challenges that I see as state engineer going forward? And one of the things that I think is interesting, and this isn't just DWR, but it's all, all entities that deal with water. It's a difficult intersection that we work with. It's also a really interesting one where you're marrying all of these different things. We have science, and engineering and legal concerns, the sociology, economics and politics, because water affects people's economic output. And that's what makes it controversial. It's also what makes it really interesting. It also is what results in, historical pictures like this. And this is not, I didn't have them hit each other with the shovel, but over the last 10 years, I've participated in the Natural Resource Festival in Montrose, and we do this role play with the kids on the priority system where we ask one of them to be a farmer and they go downstream and they dig a ditch and have a shovel and pretend to dig a ditch out of this canal in the park. And then we have somebody else come in, later in the 1800s. Your family moved here, you moved upstream, you take all the water, and then tell the person on the lower end that, hey, there's no water in the creek anymore. You can't grow your crops. How does that make you feel? And some of them are more into the role play than others. Some of them are like, sad. What are you going to do about it? I'm going to go talk to them. So you have to encourage them. No, you're going to go hit them over the head with the shovel. And these particular children were very excited about it. So I got to get this picture. So this is more fun than the old picture of the older guys going at each other. And that, that dealing with that difficult intersection with the fact that we have an increasing demand and a decreasing supply is what causes us to have difficulties and challenges in managing water in the state of Colorado and across the West. And I'm not going to show many slides on the decreasing supply, but or I'm showing one that's maybe not as typical, but it does just show you what has happened in the last 20 years. So this is a study that was done by the University of Arizona, and it was a reconstruction of Lee Ferry streamflow records based upon tree rings. And over the last 2,000 years, it was presented at one of the water forums I was at. And we can ignore the numbers maybe, but if you look at the black line, straight line across, that is the average over that entire 2,000-year period. The red line is the average over the last 20 years, which actually ends up being the driest 20-year period from 2020 to 2000 to 2021, the driest period in the last 2,000 years, close to it. There's a rival period back 1,800 years ago based on the paleo record, but so that is why we're having, part of the reason why we're having so many issues right now. And those two things have caused just an increasingly exponential increase in complexity in decrees that we have to administer and plans for use, and also evolving expectations based on either the fact that we have more data on what we should be doing to administer water. And those are probably some of our biggest challenges with Division of Water Resources right now. And this is a graph that we've used to just demonstrate that complexity. So we defined what we consider to be a complex court case. And since 2014 to 2022, this shows that steep increase in the number of complex water court cases that are getting filed. And Division 1 is in blue with the South Platte, Division 2 is the Arkansas in green, and Division 3 in the Rio Grande in orange. So across the state, just that increasing demand and decreasing supply is causing people to need more complex plans to continue to do what they do with their water. And that comes back to us when we're trying to collect diversion records and administer water. These are the actual water classes. I don't want to spend a lot of time, but our diversion records we collect have their own language. When I first started, I think my first week, I went to a meeting on water classes in water diversions, and they were talking, that's 1Q2 water. And I was like, I have no idea what the heck they're talking about. But it all means, the source, the use, what's authorizing it to be used so we can prove that we're doing our job. these are the number of water classes, so different types of water that we're tracking in the Arkansas and the South Platte. And you can see that since 2012, that also is increasing because as we have more complex decrees, we end up with more complex water classes and diversion records. And then you pair that with some of our internal challenges, and I don't think CWCB is probably has some of these similar challenges. But like I said earlier, we have had a generational change, and it wasn't just, Mike and Kevin. We've had our chiefs of water supply for designated basins retire, and we have great people filling those roles, but it's still a matter of backfilling some of that institutional knowledge. And then we've had difficulties hiring people with experience that want to come to work for the state at what we can offer salary wise. And then the overload and burnout is an issue, I think, for all agencies, but just feeling like there's an endless amount of necessary work you have to do. And so one of my challenges or one of my priorities going forward is going to be trying to help our division staff prioritize what, you have to deal with the staff that you have. You can't do everything. What should we focus on to make the best use of our time? So, and then some specific basin challenges. I don't want to get into the details because I think other folks will be talking about these later, but the South Platte, you saw the increasing complexity, and the Perkins County Canal, which I'm sure will be discussed later, which is a compact issue. The Arkansas, we have increasing AUG plans, and then also they have a lot of difficult exchanges where they have to exchange water up into Pueblo Reservoir and up Fountain Creek that affect the city of Colorado Springs, city of Pueblo, agriculture users. And then we have some administration issues that we're discussing in the Arkansas about potential changes to administration, or at least potential review of some administrative practices that we've had. Our HI model, which is the model that actually determines how much water we did deliver to Kansas, we ended up with a positive this year, which will increase that 10-year average. So the previous 2 years, we had to backfill some water after the fact. This year, we do not have to do that, so that's a positive. In the Colorado, we are working on measurement rules. Division 6's rules were signed January of 2024. And we are working on meetings. Our staff in Division 6 have been going out to meet with water users to explain to them what it means and help them understand how to get into compliance. In Division 7, we held stakeholder meetings throughout the fall before Kevin retired, and that's kind of been on hold. But we'll probably be starting up here in the summertime with figuring out where we're moving on that. Getting good measurement is important for us to be able to manage the water. And then the Senate Bill 2228 ARPA funds for acreage retirement, that $30 million was dedicated each to the Rio Grande and the Republican. A lot of that has already been obligated. The $19.7 million in the Rio Grande, it's actually more than that, but it's not fully obligated. There's some contracts waiting to be signed. And the $16.7 million is the same in the Republican. There's a lot more, I think 9 million more than that that's in the process. But so the districts have done a good job of getting the word out and getting that money used to retire acreage that is required in the Republican. So, and I'm going to focus a little on the Rio Grande, and I have a picture of Director Combs in here too. So he's real excited about that, I'm sure. But so I've spent a lot of time in the last month because the Rio Grande Compact Commission meeting is in April. The Castilla Creek Compact Commission meeting is in May. And I attended a lot of the Rio Grande. So I've learned a lot about the Rio Grande in the last month and a half. And one of the big issues there that I've been working on before I took the state engineer job was our decision support system. That is what determines how much people have to replace to replace stream depletions. We are currently working on update to phase 6 of that model and have been having meetings regularly. Because of the impact to the amount of replacement required, it's a big deal. It's it can be a controversial issue because it can cause people to need to spend more money to pump the same amount of water, or have to pump less because they can't afford to pump the same amount that they've been pumping. Texas and New Mexico versus New Mexico and Colorado Supreme Court argument was held since our last meeting on March 20th. And I'm assuming that that will be covered by our AG's office, so I won't go into detail there, but we're crossing our fingers that we get a good ruling in June. And then the last thing I wanted to show are some pictures of, I asked actually if maybe we could do a tour of the Rio Grande so that I feel like I know what I'm doing sitting on the compact commissions. And Craig Cotton, our Division 3 engineer, was nice enough to speak with New Mexico and schedule a great tour from Albuquerque down to El Paso. And there were a lot of folks from Colorado that joined in, and AG's office representatives. And so pictures are better than slides with writing on them, right? So this is Elephant Butte Reservoir. It is a big part of the management of the compact, provides water to the Elephant Butte Irrigation District and the El Paso District, where they grow a lot of pecans. A lot of that land is switched to pecans, and Nathan can confirm that we drove through miles and miles of pecan trees that are native to humid climates in the south, growing in the desert here in the El Paso area. But you can see it's not very full. It hasn't been very full for a long time. And so they have had less water, which has resulted in lots of pumping of groundwater to supplement, which is what caused that the compact issue with Texas, is that Texas felt New Mexico was allowing too much pumping below Elephant Butte to supplement, and it was depleting the water before it got into the state, and they were not complying with the compact. And so this is actually a picture in the consent decree. If the consent decree is approved, this is the new index gauge for the deliveries to Texas from New Mexico. So this is where they will measure to determine how much New Mexico is required to deliver at the El Paso gauge, which is shown further. And you can see Nathan in this one, but this isn't the one I was talking about. And then this is funny. I had to show this because that's Chad Wallace, our AG's office representative, teaching a class on the compact to New Mexico on how this is at the Mesilla diversion, which is where the Elephant Butte Irrigation District diverts their water. And our attorney generals probably know the compact better than anybody. He was teaching everybody how that compact is administered. So I thought that was funny to have Colorado and New Mexico teaching a class on the compact. And that's why they call Chad the professor. So what's that? Well, the beard, but he also tends to exude a classroom feel. And this is Craig Cotton checking up on the El Paso gauge to make sure it's working properly, since Colorado knows more about gauges than anybody else, right? So this is the El Paso gauge. So that's the index gauge below Caballo Dam, is where they'll determine how much has to be delivered at this gauge. And this gauge is right near the border. This is the American Dam, the last big diversion. This is the diversion for El Paso's irrigation district. And you can see up in the distance the border wall, but it is the last diversion. The stream or the river is dry below this point. So it was really windy when we were out there. It was started out as a nice day, and by the end of the day, you can kind of see that it was really dusty. On the other side, you couldn't see the Oregon Mountains, and this is a little closer view of that same diversion. But Nathan was using the porta potty there at the border, and the wind blew it over, and yeah. So sorry, he looks like he stayed relatively clean through the process, but
Everybody's had that day, right? It's a photo op. We went over to make sure somebody wasn't in it, and then of course Heather was like, "Take a picture." So then and they told me to quit smiling, and then somebody caught that one. So there it was.
yeah,
So.
you're a few of them where he was smiling too much to have been in a tipped over porta potty. So, so the last slides here are, my priorities going forward are, obviously DWR's mission is to administer the waters of the state, maximize lawful beneficial use, ensure that dams and water wells are properly constructed, and provide information about water resources. And I hope to lead us to continue to do that. Some of the ways I would like to continue to use funding. CWCB has funded a lot of programs for us to help us improve measuring and remote monitoring of diversions. We also are trying to use the most current technology to create tools that help us administer water and decrease that burnout. Balancing maintaining the state engineer and division engineer's discretion to make decisions on the river while also having this need to make it consistent and through policies and guidelines. That balance is hard. Sometimes it's easy to want to have a policy for everything so you can define it, but sometimes we want to maintain that discretion. And then, we need to think creatively about changes that could help us attract and retain staff. Because we've been having some difficulty in retaining staff. Some of our staff, we train them in the water law and then they get hired by a district or a irrigation company to go work for them. Because we don't have as many opportunities to move up. So just thank you to the CWCB for the $1.8 million in the projects bill this year for diversion infrastructure that I was here to present a few meetings ago. And for the $800,000 the previous year, we are currently under contract with Argus, which is a company that's going to help us develop our mobile field data application to help our commissioners do their job better. And in the coming year, we're going to be reviewing our reservoir counting and administration guidelines and continuing dialogue with the CBA regarding our involvement in water court process. They've raised some concerns about our statements of opposition and involvement in that process. We're, like I said, reviewing some administration practices in some basins. And then dam safety has also benefited from CWCB funds to do comprehensive dam safety evaluations, and we want to continue to do those. So I apologize for taking time, but next time I might not have a long slideshow like this, so.
Well, thank you, Director Ullman. We appreciate it. I think you're going to do a great job. I think we have confidence that Director Gibbs and Governor Polis made the right decision too. So we're glad to have you here. Does anybody have any questions quickly? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things. One of the things I just like to mention with you, I've been working with Deputy Director Kozloff on part of what we're doing at the Department of Ag, of course, is working on the farm bill that's coming up. And there's some issues on the Republican, I think in particular, I don't know what's happening on the Rio Grande with dry land crep. And so I think we're working with you on a letter. We were meeting with them last night, and I guess they're kind of in a hurry for it. Senator Bennett's going to have a town hall meeting in Eastern Colorado in a month or so, or maybe a couple of weeks. And so I'll get together with you so we can follow up and see the progress on that.
I think we have that letter drafted.
Yeah.
So yes.
Perfect. Good. And the other comment too is as far as the staffing side too, I think it's important for your staff to understand too. And I think they probably have that understanding is that on the companies that are managing the mutual ditch companies are also seeing a huge turnover. So we're seeing new people on the ground there too. So it's like a double whammy that we have, your new staff and we have our new staff. And so it's a lot to work through.
Yeah, I think we are having, kind of a generational change across the board. So a lot of learning going on, including from me, maybe, yeah.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you, Director. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Division of Parks and Wildlife.
All right, thank you, Chair Combs. Hi, I'm Rob Harris. I'm the Water Resources Section Manager at Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Director Davis sends his regrets that he can't be here today. So you've got me instead. So yeah, our biggest news in water at CPW is that we've filled the Water Rights Program Administrator position with Pete Konovitz. Sorry, Director Riss. Yeah, we're really excited to have Pete back. And I know it won't detract from the pain of losing Pete, but we really do value having somebody who's sat in a chair at CWCB on our staff. It really adds a ton of value, and hopefully that'll translate into some value for CWCB in the future as well. Yeah, I know you will. I know you will. And one other hiring note, this summer we plan to hire a brand new full-time position that I think will be particularly relevant to CWCB. This is going to be water resources coordinator, and we're really thinking of it as the money and water person. So folks may be familiar with it. Katie Birch has been doing a lot of the grants coordination. This person's going to take over that role from her. And it's really going to be kind of our one-stop shop for identifying both needs and commenting opportunities in water around the CPW, which is a pretty big agency. Really serve as that switchboard operator who understands where the needs are around the state and can connect those resources. So we're really looking forward to getting that position filled. In other news, I think Director Gibbs already mentioned, very busy legislative session. There were a number of bills that were, significantly impactful in good ways, by and large, for CPW. Of those 58 staff that Director Gibbs mentioned, 35 are going to CPW. And many of those staff, in addition to the species conservation staff that Director Gibbs mentioned, many of those staff are really just to right size our CPW workforce in line with the workload growth that we've seen from our increased population and stress and demand on outdoor recreation, strain on our parks, wildlife areas, and other programs. So we're really excited to be able to have those more additional resources to meet the challenges that the agency faces. Senate Bill 24-212 facilitates the development of renewable energy and leans on the expertise of CPW staff to help meet the state's climate and energy goals while protecting our wildlife resources. Senate Bill 24-230 creates an oil and gas production fee to support comprehensive investments in, among other priorities, CPW programs. So that could be very significantly impactful for CPW. HB 24-1117 directs CPW to conduct surveys of native invertebrate and rare plant species to develop population data and other biological and ecological information about those species distributions and habitat needs. This is really going to help CPW both. It is sort of a significant expansion of our scope, and will really help us identify conservation measures to protect those species, knowing the critical role that they play in the overall ecosystem health. And then finally, Senate Bill 24-171 authorizes CPW to restore the North American wolverine to Colorado. And wolverines are a member of the weasel family. They were once native to Colorado before they were extirpated in the early 1900s. And today there are only about 300 or 400 wolverines in the lower 48. So Colorado will be the first state to restore this species. And since Director Gibbs mentioned State Dredge and Fill, House Bill 1379, I can't take all of the credit for DNR's work on that. Certainly Carlin Armstrong, Mindy May, and Elizabeth Joyce on our team spent a lot of long weekend hours and late nights tracking I can't even remember how many editions of that now 40-page bill. So huge thanks to them, to CDPHE staff for their coordination and leadership, and also to DWR for the coordination we had. So moving on, I want to flag a couple of major dam rehabilitation projects that CPW is starting this year. Folks may or may not know that we manage quite a few dams around the state. And one of those is a Tarryall Reservoir in Park County on Tarryall Creek. And we're getting ready to do a significant rehaul there. I think that dam's about 95 years old. It's quite old. So we need to get in there, and we're going to basically be closing off small portions of Tarryall Reservoir and Tarryall Creek to public access. Not the whole thing, mind you, but small portions for that construction project through the rest of the year. And the other significant project that's ramping up is the Lake Avery Dam rehabilitation. That's, of course, on the White River Basin, well, really Big Beaver Creek above Meeker. Right now, the director announced a fish salvage. Our CPW director announced the fish salvage there. And then once construction begins in November, the lake will remain closed until the work is complete. And then another big focus area for us right now is and I think this has been a priority for the governor is really looking at opportunities for new state parks and recreation areas. As part of CPW's mission to provide enjoyable and sustainable outdoor recreation opportunities, we're looking at ways to expand our state park system and serve Coloradans and our visitors. We're working with several state, local, and federal partners to enhance recreation across the state, including North Sandhills and Jackson County, the north and south slopes of Pikes Peak, additional recreation access along the Gunnison River, and a wildlife rehabilitation facility at Cheyenne Mountain State Park. This would be open to this particular facility at Cheyenne Mountain would be open to visitors to educate and inspire them to take part in conserving the wildlife resources of Colorado. And then Governor Polis, also recently announced a new state wildlife area at the Collard Ranch, also in Park County. And then another water relevant update is we've started operating 2 permanent aquatic nuisance species watercraft inspection stations at Loma and Trinidad. These 2 check stations are our first to open and operate during the boating season as full-time seasonal roadside inspection stations after a 2-year pilot program. And then finally, I think folks have seen a lot of stuff about wolves in the news. I'm not going to get into that, but if folks want to learn more, we do have a really great, I think, resource on our webpage, our Stay Informed page, where you can see all the latest on wolves and the introduction of gray wolves to Colorado. And with that, unless there are any questions, I'll conclude the CPW Director's Report.
Thank you, Robert. Does anybody have any questions for Robert? All right, thank you. Is Jim online? Do we know? Yeah. For the, okay, so we'll go to the Water Resources and Power Development Authority right quick.
Thank you. Yeah, this will be really brief. Keith sends his regrets. He couldn't be here today. His report's attached, and I'm not going to cover anything in his report. I want to mention 2 things. We continue to collaborate with the other funding agencies on the Arkansas Valley Conduit Project, and we are honing our project prioritization model as funds become a little more scarce due to some cuts. We've got about 35 projects in construction right now, so it's going to be a good summer of project draws and construction. And with that, I'll stop and see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're going to take a really quick break. If that's right, we'll do about 5, maybe 6 minutes, and we'll get started back and just ask everybody to continue to kind of whip the pony to get this back on schedule. So we'll take a break for 5. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in
No.
progress.
There's no collar on it. We got to get a collar, but it's still in progress.
Right on. Okay, if it's all right, we'll have everybody get seated and we'll try to get going. I realize you get a bathroom break and it sure makes the sunshine a little brighter and the air a little crisper, but it's time to get going again. So on to item 5 with Kirk. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Combs. Congratulations on your new role here with the board.
Thank you.
Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief, and I was notified by Director Riss that I did not let her know I was going to do this morning, so there may be some consequences. I may be grounded from this evening's tour, so.
You don't have flags, but maybe I do. Let's throw a flag.
So I wanted to share with you why I'm wearing this referee shirt. I think at the last board meeting, Director Riss pointed out that I have been here for 20 years with the CWCB, and the staff gave me one of my all-time favorite gifts, and it is the Russell 20-year referee shirt that I'm presenting from. And thanks to Cole and all my staff, we had a great party about a month ago and got to see some of my fellow finance team members. It's crazy how fast 20 years went. Absolutely love doing what I do, as you all know, and I hope to keep doing it. And thank you to this board for allowing us to do what we do with your funds that you manage. So with that, let me jump in. The report I'm providing, this is May, and this will be the last presentation for the current fiscal year. So we track this throughout the year, and I've got the projections on the left. So we're narrowing down those two, the bottom numbers in those two columns, in particular construction fund, and we're starting to see those numbers come together, and hopefully we'll, with all the projections that we look at and the estimates that we make, we look to have maybe about $20 million of unreserved cash available for operations at the start of next fiscal year. That's obviously one of our priorities, to make sure there's about 10 to 12 million to keep the lights on. And then as we start next year, a lot of times I don't provide a lot of detail in July because we're closing out the books. A lot of the accounting stuff ends. So usually it's September that you'll start seeing the next year's version of this, and we'll continue to do the same thing. Not a lot of surprises in this construction fund sheet. Oh, I wanted to point out, apologize, the staple location. Turns out upper left corner is all relative on a copy machine, so it'll challenge you on how to flip the page here. But on that first page, not a lot of surprises. Those of you that are new to this message, those bottom numbers in rows 16 through 19, I want to always point out that because of the way the accounting system works at CWCB and the way the projects bill impacts our program, I need to show past and future projects bills. So you'll always see two of them in there. It's just easier for us to keep track and make sure that we're talking the same language with the accounting folks. And so that's why you see projects bill in there, the Senate Bill 23-177. Then you also see the current projects bill that was approved, House Bill 24-1435. So those both show up in my numbers because of the way we start the year and end the year. So moving on to the severance tax page. Again, not a lot of surprises. We're projecting about $50 million in severance tax this year. That seems to be fairly consistent. And on average, I share with this board that we're looking at about 40 million over the last 10 years. I try to have a running average of 10 years. That helps the additional non-reimbursable, AKA projects bill grant money that we'll talk about in a second, to be available and for me to be able to calculate it. One thing that is somewhat of a surprise this year, if you add both of the funds together as they are funding loans, it's a total of almost 177 million. Of that, 165 is the increase for Northern's Chimney Hollow project that the board approved, and also the 100 million Northern NISP project that was approved, that are in the projects bill. But if you take those out of the equation, we've only done about $12 million in new loans. That might be the lowest that I've experienced in small loans. I don't know what to contribute that to, other than maybe all the other additional funding that's been available, whether it's water plan grants, federal money, projects that are, maybe they're even waiting for an opportunity to access some free money, which I understand. But it's one that we always track to make sure that we have the funds available for potential loans. And I always share with potential borrowers that we have about 40 to 50 every year, and that's fairly consistent. You know, obviously we did 176 million in this last year, so did quite a bit more than 50 million, but most of it was in those northern loans. You can see the red number at the bottom. Actually, yours is in black and white, but that is a negative 23.4 million, which takes me to the third page that I handed out. I don't always hand out this page. The third page is my futures look, and it's really a summation. Those first two, the construction fund column and the severance tax column, is really a whole year look. And a lot of this is a result of the projections that come through the Ledge Council on severance tax projections and federal mineral lease. They give me about 2 years out, and so I can kind of see maybe how the future is going to impact the program. Obviously, severance tax can change quickly, but this allows me to just keep an eye on where we are. That negative 23 million, you can see if you walk through some of those top numbers, we'll catch back up fairly quick in severance tax, as long as it's left alone to do what we do with it, and that is in its revolving nature. And then the revenue comes in. If you look at the far right column, that is a summary of summaries, and that just puts both of those funds together. And again, it allows me to look at the big picture and where we're headed, and why I can stand in front of you and say, don't worry about the negative 23 million in promises that we've made. We'll catch up fairly quickly on that. And so again, it looks out into the 2-year future, which is probably crazy to look that far out, but I want to be able to stay on top of that looking forward. Any questions on these 2 sheets? Or 3 sheets, I'm sorry. If not, Anna, could you put that up on the screen? So the last item I wanted to talk about is, at the last board meeting, Assistant Director Moss, Deputy Director Moss, I'm sorry, presented the change to the policies that are related to what we call non-reimbursable project investments. Now we're trying to coin that as projects bill grants. And those are things that come in front of you in September at the Finance Committee, ultimately making it all the way through the process and being signed by the governor in the projects bill. And so I had promised early on to share with you that in May, we have a pretty good idea of where we're going to get in September. We still have to close out the fiscal year with our accounting stuff. We've got some funds that we refresh at the end of the year, so we won't know how much was spent out of it until we get to the end of the year. They're kind of small numbers, but still they're part of the equation. But I can confidently share with the board that, barring extreme changes in a severance tax revenue space, and even then I think we could probably, I mean, we've already got about 30 million of the 50 million in from severance tax. But for the most part, I've got enough information to share that we do have $20 million of non-reimbursable investment / projects bill grant money. And in that table, oh, I'm sorry, it's right here. Let me walk through this real quick. So what I look at in growing the fund to match construction inflation. So my goal is to have buying power 20, 30 years from now that we have today out of the 2 funds added together. So the top numbers are the new money that comes in, fresh bills. So we got 12 million coming in from interest on the loans. Treasury produces about 22.3 million. That number is going to come down when Northern draws a significant amount for that Chimney Hollow project. That'll move up into the interest from loans. Federal mineral lease is pretty steady at 10 million, and then the 20-year average of severance tax. So when I add those up to about $85 million, I then need to look at, I need to grow the fund. So I need 40 million. We're about $1.1 billion in fund equity. And when I say that, that is money that is purely revolving in the 2 funds for loans. I've taken out all the stuff that's promised that's non-reimbursable, because I can't count that as continuing to churn and make us money. And then I take out the operations, and that number's coming up a little bit. It's been about 10 million. for the last few years, adding some additional staff. That'll rise a little bit. And then I've got the statutory items. Director Sakata, I think you've asked about that list of items that are in statute. I budget about $7 million for those items. There's 2.7 million listed on the screen. Those are actually hard coded in statute, and those are refreshed items. So we don't, unless we spend that money, we don't know how much to put back in. And so that is a maximum amount of 2.7. We usually spend about 1.5 to cover those. They don't spend them all down in a fiscal year. There's $1 million for emergency ag drought grants that I add to that, and then the $3 million that this board has pledged to put in the Basin Roundtable basin funds annually. So that gets me to that 6.7 million. So that added up, the difference is 26.6 million. On average, we used to call them the starting five, and those are the items that we present that are staff-driven needs out of that non-reimbursable space. It totals about $6 or $7 million. Weather modification, the litigation fund, things like that you see every year. That's taken off about 6-7 million of that, leaves me about $20 million that you will see likely in a need to make a decision if we have too much requests from our August 1st water projects bill grant requests. So in summary, about $20 million available for other things. I've had some calls, some emails of interest in that, in those funds already. So we'll tackle those in September at the Finance Committee. Any questions?
Director Phil. Kirk, I'm a little bit confused on the lower half of that table where you have deducts and growth at 3.6%. Is that like a way of sort of keeping current with inflation? Is that it's sort of it's not an actual expense, but it bears on the value of the money, so to speak? Is that the idea?
That's correct. So that number is a multiplier, 3.6% times the $1.1 billion revolving fund value. And so again, looking forward to the future, we want that 1.1 billion now to be able to fund 1.14 billion next year.
Yeah.
And we've done that for the last 20 years. That's how we've managed these funds.
Gotcha. Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, Director Vasquez.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick question. Kurt, does the summary you gave us before this page include the set aside for Shoshone?
Thank you, Director Vasquez. That $20 million has already been deducted from all this, and that would be in that non-reimbursable space. I don't count that as part of that 1.1 billion in value because I've removed that because it'll never return once it goes out the door. But in the meantime, that $20 million will sit there and make us money. So if for some reason that were to go away, and I don't anticipate that the case, but then that would come back into this equation. But that's a great question.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, is that it then, Kurt?
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Director Scott.
Thank you. If you're done, then I also have a special presentation.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
So I'm going to pass this around if you could all sign it for Kurt. This is a special bottle of Miracle Whip that I'd like to present him in behalf of his 20 years of service. If you don't
My mouth is watering already.
If you don't understand what this is about, I've been traveling on the road a lot. So of course I've been listening to the CWCB podcasts, and you'll have to hear about his McRussell and I can't believe pancakes. That's the worst one. So
Oh yeah, you can use that on anything. That's some good stuff.
thanks though. Thanks for all your years of service, Kurt. We really, really appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. Thank you.
Robert, there's no clothespin attached to that?
Thank you, Kirk. Appreciate it. Guess we'll go on to Matt and Josh. I don't know who's going first. Matt.
I think I'm gonna have to tap into Kirk for some of that Miracle Whip. I actually do like the stuff as well, so. Matt Stearns, Finance Section, at CWCB staff. I'll be presenting on agenda item 6A, which is for the water project loan with the Sanchez Ditch and Reservoir Company out of Castilla County. Just want to mention a couple things up front because this is pretty unusual for us. You don't often see these types of requests. First off, it's not a new project. This was a project that was originally approved for funding back in 2012 and substantially completed in 2018. So they've actually been in repayment for the last several years. And so we're looking at doing some things to free up some cash for them. And that kind of brings me to the second point of this, which is the flexibility that we have through, in this particular case, policy 10, to work with water users around the state, and in particular, existing borrowers who are maybe having a little bit of a cash crunch or trying to smooth out their revenues versus expenses. And so I think this is just a good example of some unique thinking about how to get water projects done in the state. The other piece that I wanted to do was just highlight that this has kind of been a collaborative effort, certainly between the Ditch Company and CWCB, but with the Colorado Dam Safety Branch out of the Division of Water Resources, in particular, Mark Perry and John Hunyadi, who have really kind of taken the Ditch Company and tried to help them work through some challenges that they've been dealing with, particularly with seepage and the dam safety aspect of that. So with that, to the first slide. So the original project, again, this is something that's already been completed, but it was for the reservoir outlet rehabilitation. That loan amount was $1,502,476 and had a loan term of 40 years at 2%. Primarily, I had been working with Keith Calden, who was the past president, just recently stepped down from the Ditch Board. But I've also been talking with Mike Kester, who is in person with us here today, as well as John Salazar, who also sits on the board. So pleasure to have them in the audience. So just to give some big picture background on this, I don't want to go too much into the details. We can answer questions if necessary. But this is a high hazard dam in Castilla County. And just to remind everybody, high hazard is just a designation for a dam that if it were to fail, there is the potential for loss of life. It has nothing to do with the actual safety of that dam. And so originally they approached us, and in 2012, we issued a loan in the amount that I referred to demolish the gate tower and modify the outlet works for the reservoir. Pretty standard stuff for us. I'm not sure if you can see these pictures or make out what's going on, but the ones that are kind of shaded in red show the existing reservoir, what it looked like. So that gate tower looks like it's about to fall over. You can see the concrete at the base of it cracking. And then they also had this really strange gondola or tramway system that they would get in almost like a bucket, and there would be a generator that would pull them out to the tower. So certainly not the best way to operate that facility. And then you can also see maybe the outlet works, just kind of concrete walls falling apart. And so it really needed some love at the time, being almost 100 years old. So they got into the project. 2014 came along and they decided that they needed to add seepage control into the overall project. There was always some seepage associated with the dam, and it was starting to be understood maybe the quantities involved and potentially how dangerous that could be to the overall safety of the dam. So in order to accomplish that, they asked for a loan increase and also scaled back some of the work on the outlet tunnel repair stuff. Fast forward to 2015, they ended up completing the outlet repair work in February. And unfortunately, in November, were then put under a safe storage restriction from dam safety. And again, that's to bring the reservoir back into a safe way of operations. But you can see the numbers that we're talking about are pretty substantial. The overall storage capacity of the reservoir is about 105,000 acre feet. But they're restricted down to just over 21,000 acre feet a year. And so what that means is that there's a considerable amount of land, irrigable land, in the service area that is not able to be farmed because they can't store the water. It also kind of hurts with carryover from one year to the next. Fast forward to 2017, they again needed to do some additional study on that seepage effort to really understand what was going on. It's underneath the dam. They didn't really know the pathway, and it can be really complicated to understand that. So we again increased the loan by $125,000 to help them out with that. And then in 2018, they substantially completed the project. The seepage study had been done, but there wasn't really good technology that could be used to identify how to fix that and how much it would cost. The other thing that I want to mention here is that when it was originally approved in 2012, it was a 30-year term. But when they came back in 2014, we increased that to a 40-year term. And that was to help out with some of the finances of the district, just to keep those payments more consistent, and to pay off some earlier debt that they had that was at a higher interest rate. The other piece that I want to mention is that this was also a unique one in that when it was originally approved in 2012, we approved 5 years of interest-only payments for the repayment, finished up in 2018. So they're just about at the end of their interest-only payment. Their first principal payment would be this September. So going forward, the reason for this kind of financing effort is to help them out with funding a WSRF grant that you're going to hear later today. That grant is primarily related to understanding these seepage issues, as well as developing a design for that so that they can understand what the cost is and then potentially understand what the funding options are, as well as who can partner with them to help bring that to reality. So with that effort, they hired a consultant back in last summer, 2023, to understand that there's some new technology that was recommended to the ditch company by Dam Safety that could potentially identify the probable path of this seepage. And so they did that last summer. They do think that they have one potential path that would be the primary seepage path. And so this new effort would be taking that information, really analyzing it, getting into the safety of dams and some of the risk analysis for failure modes, and helping them to get together that project cost and the actual design for it. So it's planned to be a 3-year effort. And as you can see here, the costs going forward are going to be just over $600,000. A sizable portion of that is to be funded from the WSRF grant, with the additional cash that we would free up from this deferral of principal payments. Keep in mind, they will continue to make interest-only payments for 3 years, if not more, because they can contribute early. They can do prepayments. And so that money combined with the WSRF grant will give them enough money to not need to take on additional debt related to just this effort. So unique in what we do, certainly a policy that we have in place that allows for this. And I think it's really just good practice for us as the loan program and a real benefit for our borrowers. So with that, the details on it, the outstanding balance is going to continue to remain at that $1,500,000. The annual payments here, I've got the existing, which would increase this year from just over $30,000 to $60,102. But if we allow for this interest-only payment option for them for the next 3 years. Starting this September, they would be paying $30,000, $30,050 with a proposed long-term debt repayment on an annual basis of $64,021. The other thing is we're going to keep this at the 40-year term, which we kind of set as our maximum repayment term, and it will remain at that 2% interest rate that we have for agricultural 40-year loans based on the 2012 approval. Financial indicators show that this is a pretty typical borrower for us, and the collateral will remain exactly the same. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned, we have some of the ditch board members here, and I'll let you take it from there.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Mike, John, appreciate you guys being here in person and taking the time to travel up here. Are there any other questions or concerns that anybody has on this project? Director Scott.
Thank you. Thanks for your flexibility to work with them. It makes a lot of sense to me to do it that way. I know in the documents, the packet material, it said that company serves about 22,400 acres and 13,400 are currently irrigated. I was wondering the difference there.
Yeah, so those are acres within the district, or I should say the company's service area.
Okay.
But there isn't enough water in the reservoir to be able to supply those. So all of those farmers have just foregone those acres until that water is available.
Okay. Yeah, that's where this project makes so much sense to me. Like you said, reduction of over 80,000 acre feet. So that's a lot. Thank you.
Anyone else? I just say I appreciate you guys working, like I said, like Director's got us so creatively to help mitigate this, to get this issue off of their plate. I know there's less and less farmers in that ditch company having to bear a bigger cost, and I think this is the correct path forward for them. So is there a board recommendation on it then? For action or?
Whoops. I guess I don't know if there is a staff recommendation, but for the motion, but I would move approval of the, there we go.
Sorry
I would
about
move
that.
the staff recommendation in terms of approving this proposal.
Thank you, Director Feld. We have a motion to approve staff recommendation on item 6A. Is there a second? Director Wind, thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Good job.
Thank you, board, for your support.
No, thank you.
All right, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. For the record, I am Joshua Godwin, Project Manager for the Finance section. And this is agenda item 6B, a loan increase request for the dredging of Sealy Reservoir to the Ogilvy Irrigation and Land Company, which is located in Weld County and the South Platte Basin. To increase their loan authorization to $3,284,520. The terms will remain 30 years at a 1.7% interest rate. And in preparing this board memo, my contacts have been Steve Kramer, the board president, as well as Doug Seeley, their engineer. So the original loan was passed by this board back in 2018. They received $2.3 million and a $1.4 billion water plan grant to dredge the reservoir and recover 356 acre feet, or 23% of the capacity of the reservoir. After approval of funding, the Ogilvy went through protracted negotiations on where to store the sediment. And then basically during that negotiation period, COVID happened in 2020 and further pushed back the project, increasing cost. So in fall of 2023, they finally began the project, started dredging, and recently, about halfway through, they did a survey and found what was originally estimated as 575,000 cubic yards of sediment was actually 700,000 cubic yards of sediment. And so we're seeing an increase in cost because of the additional material being removed. Additionally, early on, the company had planned for a sedimentation basin much later in the process, sometime after the dredging. However, later is now here, and they want to go ahead and just construct the sedimentation basin since they're already on site, the contractor's there. And so this project is almost complete. Their dredging is completely done. They've removed all 700,000 cubic yards, and the sedimentation basin is halfway built. But because of the addition of the sedimentation basin, the additional cost, and the additional excavated material, they're asking for a $1 million increase to their original loan. So their project financials show that the project cost is just under $4.7 million. Again, they have a water plant grant for $1.4 million. And the new loan amount would be just under $3.3 million. Interest rate will stay the same for a 30-year term. Ratios indicate that they are strong financially. And the collateral will stay the same with the addition of the sedimentation basin being built. And here's a staff recommendation, but I also believe that Doug Seeley is on if you had any questions for him.
Thanks, Joshua. Any questions? Any comments? Okay. Go ahead. Director Bodie.
Since it doesn't appear that there are any questions, I'd like to move approval of staff recommendation on agenda item 6B.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second? Director Brown, that's right. All right, any other comments or questions? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you. John,
Right.
thank you, Josh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 7, Katie.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully everyone can hear me. And I think I'm the last thing standing in the way of lunch, so we don't want anyone breaking into Kirk's mayonnaise, so I will keep things on track. So this morning, I just wanted to talk a little bit about our updated strategic communications plan for the agency, and then highlight some successes that we've had over the last year in terms of communications. Let's see, do I advance here? So we have our updated 2024 communications plan for the agency, and I won't go into extreme detail. Feel free to peruse it on your own time, but essentially our big mission is to really craft an approachable, understandable messaging strategy for the agency. We're going to do that by spotlighting our people, our programs, really streamlining our message so that we can inspire and educate stakeholders and groups all across the state, and really bring the focus back to the critical impact that we have on people, the environment, and beyond. And in terms of our communication approach, we will look at the scope and the content as a check when we're approaching any sort of communications project, specifically identifying the audience and the action that we want them to take. We will also do branding checks by consulting our suite of resources, including talking points, branding guidelines, coordinated materials, etc. And then in terms of our big picture goals, again, these are all detailed in a lot more detail in the plan itself, but some of our major goals are to humanize the CWCB, to hone in our identity and define our priorities, and to streamline communications materials and our collaboration. Also in the plan, we highlight the agency's challenges and opportunities and suggest how to capitalize or overcome them respectively. Also in the plan, we lay out monthly communications actions expected from staff and myself. That includes sharing slides and presentations, coordinating speaking engagements and event attendance, checking in about key talking points and messaging, and really keeping all parties informed so that we can collaborate with partners, each other, and really have everything that we need at the tip of our fingers. So all this will really allow me to maintain a really robust comms folder of resources so that we can continue creating great content efficiently for talks that our folks are at, to give media quick and good responses, and really maintain a strong outward communication to all of our audiences. So what have we been up to? Where have we been in the last year? see. I don't think I pushed it hard enough. We've been in your inbox. We have a suite of newsletters that go out to our respective audiences. Some of the newer ones that have just been implemented in the last year include the Splash, which is a community newsletter that highlights all of our news hits and impact on the different communities across the state, speaking engagements, that kind of thing. We have Project Spotlights, which is a feature that is in several of our external communications that highlight projects that we either fund or support, and has an infographic and highlights the who, what, when, where, why of several of our projects. We have an external newsletter that goes out to our outsourced water list of about 3,000 people across the state. That goes out every other month. Then we have an internal newsletter that goes out also every other month, alternating with the external. And then, of course, we have press releases and announcements that go out. And so, you know, all these together make up a lot of information that we have to share with our audiences. As I mentioned, the Splash was a new addition this year, and this goes out every month. Whereas before we actually only had an external newsletter going out every other month. So now we still have that plus the monthly Splash. So we've actually tripled our outward facing newsletter open rate and readership because of that. Where else have we been? We've been in your ear. Thank you, Director Sakata, for the shout out to our podcast. We host the Colorado Water Talk podcast. This is roughly on a monthly schedule, and big shout out to staff Eric Sky and Ben Wade for producing that with me. And then we've had lots of speaking engagements all over the state in the last year, not only Director Riss, but many of our staff members. Just a couple examples here. Habitat for Humanity, National Community Reinvestment Coalition, Trout Unlimited, Water Congress, Resource Central, CSU, DU, MSU, many more. So we have been all over the state talking people's ears off about how great CWCB is and what we can offer. We've been in your newsfeed. We work with media and reporters to make sure that we are broadcasting everything that we've been doing to the community. We've been featured in dozens of local and also national news outlets over the past year. Here's just a smattering, but there have been many more in addition to this. We also run social media channels. We have Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, which is we're hopefully going to get more users on that soon. But we've had a modest increase in followers for Facebook and Twitter, about 10% increase in the last year, but we've doubled our Instagram following, so that's very exciting. And in terms of our search engine results, so, you know, where are we popping up when people search things like Colorado water grants or other, you know, if people are wondering what, where they can go to get information and funding for water projects. We are actually now the first Google search result CWCB is for Colorado water loans and Colorado water grants, compared to last year when we were the #2 search result for Colorado water loans. So not too shabby for the COTOP Water Policy Agency. I resisted calling this slide in your face, so it's called facing your audience instead. We have been, again, all over the state at boothing opportunities and events. We have new interactive boothing activities to really get people talking with us when they stop by our station. We have a interactive seed scooping activity that we've tested out this last year, where we have a container of drought-resistant wildflower seeds, and we have people scoop them themselves into a packet with our information on them, and that is how we can, you know, really spark conversation instead of just having people grab a pamphlet and be on their way. We also now have all of our headshots online. So all of our smiling faces are on our updated staff page. So if you're like me and in this post-pandemic world, forget what people look like, check our staff page. And we have a lot of new swag items, pen, chapstick, an updated suite of marketing materials. And we're about to get CWCB jackets. So that is available to all staff and board members as well. So if anyone wants, it's not quite as good as, again, Kirk's jersey. But if anyone wants a CWCB logoed jacket, the link was in our latest internal newsletter and board newsletter. I think we probably need to get those in by end of day tomorrow. So if anyone's interested and you don't have that link, feel free to shoot me an email and I'll be happy to help you out. So like I mentioned, we have upgraded materials to use for really giving great information about all of our funding programs. So we have a one pager for all of our major funding programs and a general funding overview for use across the state. We have QR code laden trifolds to put on boothing stations as well, so people can scan those and get more information. So really all this is to say that we have consistent branding and all these materials, website presentations to really keep a clear, strong presence for the agency. So that is pretty much it. Just a reminder that I'm here to support any of you, staff outwardly, and any board members. So I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. I think that's it for me.
Director Reyes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Katie. I just wanted to maybe step back a minute and provide a little bit of context for why we wanted Katie to come to this meeting and kind of the trajectory of her position. Part of the Colorado River FTE package that we received last year created a separate Colorado River Communications Director position, which has been filled by Michael Elizabeth Sakis in DNR, which has been amazing because now Katie can refocus her efforts on all of our other programs and work that goes on in the agency. And so as part of that, she did develop a communication strategy and has been, I think, refocusing on kind of where we're going and how we tell the story of what we do. So we thought this was a great opportunity for Katie to just talk a little bit about all the communications efforts that are going on, of which there are many, many, and just encourage all of you, if you are ever outreached by a journalist or anyone asking for a quote or a comment about anything related to the CWCB, to please connect with Katie, because part of what she is doing is trying to put all of our talking points and messaging in one place. We're not reinventing the wheel all the time. So she can be really helpful in kind of making sure that we're all on the same page. So she provides tremendous value to the agency. Thank you so much, Katie, for everything you do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. If you could humanize us, we'd appreciate it. Some will be more successful. Okay, I guess we're at, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brett. I apologize, Director Wendt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Katie, I had a couple questions. I'm sorry. Thanks for all your work. It's always surprising to me in an agency that's pretty close to me. With all this technology, you think we'd be able to reach more people, and it's just such a challenge these days to reach out. Two questions. One is, does CWCB or other entities within the state, can they cross-pollinate kind of their media or their social media across other departments throughout the entire state is one question. And then who's your target audience for your internal newsletter?
Yeah, great questions. Yeah, we've done a lot of collaboration with other communicators within other state agencies, across DNR, EDO, and beyond too. So like Director just mentioned, we have, communicators in many different sectors now within the state, and we are all hooked into each other all the time. So we are, constantly collaborating and, planning out when we're going to share things. And so there's a lot of cross-pollination there for sure. And then right now, our internal newsletter goes out to our CWCB staff, and then I'll modify that and turn that into a board newsletter for the board. With that said, though, I can always add more people to that, staff list. So, I think it definitely makes sense to add other state contacts. So, if anyone else outside of actual CWCB staff wants to be on that, either the board version or the internal list, just shoot me an email and I'm happy to make sure that everyone kind of gets clued in to those announcements.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. Appreciate it, Kate.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess we're ready, Viola. Okay, so lunch is ready. It's gonna be across the road over where the breakfast was in the cafeteria commons, Schlesman Commons, is that correct?
There's like a separate place won't be in that hall area.
Okay.
Right.
So there'll be a special seating. Okay, special seating in the special, and with our schedule, what if we plan on starting up can we go at 12:30, 12:35? You ready to think that work? Okay, I'm getting the nod. So we'll plan on being back after lunch at 12:30 or 12:35, as close as we Okay. I think we still got some trickling in here to get ready to go. But if we can, we'll get started here again. So we're gonna go to Cole for items 8 and 9, and then of course, we'll also at the end of 9, according to your original request, if that's okay, we'll go over item number 4 out of the consent agenda that was withdrawn.
Perfect.
If you're
Okay.
comfortable with that, so. Go ahead, Cole.
All right, for the record, I'm Cole Bedford, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 8. It's the fiscal year 24-25 water plan grant funding targets. And I'm going to start by kind of backing out a little bit and talking about why the water plan grant program sets targets at all. Back in 2017, the General Assembly established the water plan grant program, but rather than just make an appropriation for that program at that time, they said, you know, that's a little bit broad. Let's be more specific about what these funds are for. So with that in mind, they articulated the 5 water plan grant program categories. They're agriculture, conservation and land use, engagement and innovation, water storage and supply, and watershed health and recreation. And those categories are written into statute. And so for the first few years of the program, with every year's projects bill, the General Assembly would appropriate funds for each of those categories specifically. They'd say $1 million for agriculture, 1.5 for conservation and land use, and so on, whatever it may be for that year. And that worked all right, but it was a little inefficient in a couple of ways. The main one was that when those appropriations were set in stone, we couldn't respond well to the actual applications that came in the door. If in a particular round, there were just really good projects in water storage and supply, and maybe not as strong of projects in engagement and innovation, it made it difficult to respond to that. So to fix it, we did away with the category specific appropriations, and now the projects bill just reads such and such amount for water plan grants in total. But one of the nice things about the category specific appropriations when we had them was that it gave potential applicants a sense of scale. You know, inevitably we get the question from folks, how much should I apply for? And we can't answer that exactly, but at the time we could at least say, well, you know, there's $2 million for conservation and land use projects. That'll be for the entire thing. So, you know, use that as a measurement stick. And so to keep that element of it, so to do away with what was bad about the specific appropriations and keep what was good, what we've done for the last couple of years is then set category targets, which allows a little bit more flexibility to respond to the actual applications we see in the door, but still gives us that target, something to aim for. So that's a little bit about why we set the targets. But then the obvious next question then is, how do we set them? And that's a tough one. You know, setting these targets is the definition of trying to balance competing priorities. So in developing a method to do that, we were aiming for a process that can be fairly applied across all the 5 categories. A process that can be pretty reasonably explained to folks what we're doing and why. And that the end result kind of gut checks with what everyone's expectations are more or less at the end of the day too. So with that in mind, what we've done previously and what I'm proposing for this year as well is to look back a year at our targets, compare that to where our demand was last year, and then make an adjustment based on that information. So this is where we were in May of last year. This is the funding targets we set, the percentages and the dollar amounts. And the 2023 projects bill included $25.2 million in funding for grants. And we set each category some percentage of that. So watershed health and recreation had the most at 32%, that was $8 million. Engagement and innovation had the least at 3%, that was $700,000. And everything else was kind of in between. And so then we had 2 rounds of applications, July of last year and December of last year. And here's where that demand actually was. And so every single category, the demand exceeded where our targets were at. The total demand was just shy of $34 million. And here's that same information in percentages a little bit. Oh, my box is off. But at the bottom row is the important one here. We had $25.2 million and the requests were just shy of $34 million. So the demand was about 134% of what our appropriation was. So another way of thinking of that is that for every dollar we had available, there was $1 $1.34 in requests. So that was for the entire program. So for every category, the result was just a little bit different. Let's see if that one works. A little bit better. So, like I said, every category had more demand than supply than what was available, but the amount that they were differed. So, agriculture and conservation and land use were actually the ones that were closest to demand versus the targets. They exceeded, but not by a ton. Engagement and innovation exceeded by a lot. Water storage and supply was exceeded by quite a bit. And then watershed health and recreation was pretty close to the 134 for the average for the whole program, but just a little bit under. And so these percentages were what I was looking at mostly to make the recommendations. They're for kind of guiding next year's. So taking a look at those percentage, then here's the targets we're recommending for next year compared to last year. So because agriculture and conservation and land use were the least competitive, had the least demand relative to their targets, those are going to come down just a little bit. Engagement and innovation, the demand was much higher than the targets, so that's doubling from 3 to 6%. Water storage and supply is going up by just a little bit, and watershed health and recreation is going down by just a little bit. So that's the targets in percentages. Here's what that translates to in dollars. It's a little counterintuitive because this year's projects bill allocates $23.3 million, which is a little bit less than next year. So in particular for water storage and supply, where we're going up from 23 to 24% of the total allocation, that still results in less dollars because our total dollars is a little bit less. So it's not a huge change from where we were last year. We're a little bit lower in total allocation, and we're shifting around the dollars by the categories just a little bit to account for where our demand was last year. And so I'll give you the staff recommendation here, and there's a couple other things I wanted to mention. The first thing is, setting these targets is important. It's valuable and helpful, but next year's awards are not going to be the same dollar amounts. It'd probably be close, but they're just guides. They're targets for us, and we'll respond to the demand that we see. And we'll recommend funding for the strongest projects that come in the door. And the second thing is, we don't know what those projects are going to be yet. As we stand here today, what things are going to look like a year from now. We'll take it as it comes. That being said, the regional water plan grant managers are going to be out there talking to folks about their ideas for projects for next year. They have to fall into these categories, but if the board wants us to be on the lookout for particular types of projects, if there's certain types within these categories, we should be highlighting to folks when we're out there talking to them. And when we're having those conversations, we're happy to hear from you about what those might be and then convey that to folks out there who are looking at water plan grants.
Thanks, Cole. I appreciate the methodology you used to adapt your numbers and analyze this. Does anybody have any other questions or comments? Director Brown, and I'll get to you.
Thanks, Cole. My question is, with the engagement and innovation, do you look over time to see what we're actually getting from those projects? And, if there's follow-up, does the innovation then come back and we're now seeing something to be implemented that's on the ground? Or is that possible to kind of deduce from?
There's not a systematic process for it. Anecdotally, yeah, we've supported projects that are, sort of in an innovative stage where maybe there's some stakeholder engagement to come up with something new that have resulted in further work down the road. Yeah, I guess I would leave it at that. It's not a systematic process. It's something we're obviously looking for when we do engagement and innovation grants. We could look a little bit closer at them too and make sure that that's when we get projects coming in later for other phases, what our involvement was on the front end.
I guess my follow-up for the board's consideration is generally, I think I totally understand, appreciate the formula that you've used. I think also that if we are seeing a decline or less of a demand with agriculture, for instance, how, how do we build that back up rather than dropping the funding down? Or how do we look at it critically every other year to see if there's something different we need to be doing? And I guess my example there would be grant writing is difficult. And so if the only way that any of these categories, including agriculture, can bounce back into a higher category, then we would be reliant on people writing grants for money that isn't there. So, I think what you've proposed for this year makes a lot of sense, but if we continue this formula, what do we do, right? And how do we have that conversation early enough that we're not just following that path forward?
Let me get to Director Brody and then I'll come to you. And then you.
So first of all, thank you. I'm fine with this approach for the upcoming year, but I do have a couple of comments for consideration in future years. First of all, to me, it's a healthy thing that we have more demand for the dollars than we have dollars to give out, because that to me suggests that we're going to see some competitiveness and hopefully higher quality applications overall. Not that they haven't been good, but it's not a bad thing in my mind that we're seeing some competitive areas. Secondly, in terms of how we prioritize the funding, in my view, and maybe this is something that we should discuss as a board later on, there's really at least a couple of components to that. One is the demand for the money, and the other is the strategic direction of the board. And I think this ties into kind of our strategic planning work and our some of the conversations we've had, that I'd like to see the board weigh in on where do we see kind of the biggest opportunities and the biggest needs, and then what can we do as an organization? We've got amazing CWCB staff out in the community now. What can we do to solicit and develop demands in areas where we think that there's a particular need based on the water plan? Maybe that's in ag. I don't know. Maybe that's in conservation. I don't know, but to me, that's part of what should be factoring into kind of how we set these targets in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Director Colm, and thank you, Cole. I just wanted to pick up on that real quick, which is kind of the second part of what Cole was suggesting as part of the conversation, is if there are particular areas or issues or types of projects that you want to see more funding directed towards, we can do that in as formal a way as issuing a formal call for projects, or as Cole suggested, just highlighting those for our regional grant managers that then can be on the lookout for those types of projects and help bring those in more proactively. But I think that's part of what we wanted to get to is in this conversation, and then we can also pick it back up in finance committee. But if there is any feedback on the types of things you'd like to see more funding going to, Cole can take that and then translate that through the grant managers on the ground.
So go ahead and then we'll.
So I'm not sure in 10 minutes that we have a lot of time for a conversation around it. I do think it'd be good to have more of a guided and thoughtful conversation in finance about what it might look like going forward. Because to me, it starts with some of the work that we have started to do in terms of understanding what the gaps are, and that would help us figure out where our biggest opportunities in terms of kind of where are we on track to meet water plan goals, and where are we maybe not making as much progress as we as a board think we should be making. So to me, that's where I personally would start, rather than individual board members just kind of throwing out ideas.
Gotcha. Director Wind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Rist, to extend your conversation or comment, as these get resized, these buckets for different reasons that's been described, would that be a formal action by the board then ultimately? or informal decision.
In terms of reallocating funding in future grant years across the buckets, is that your question?
As I take it, is in next year's,
So the targets that Cole is recommending and the percentage methodology that he's used would be for starting the July 1st grant round. So we typically have 2 grant rounds, one in July, one in December. So these targets would be for this upcoming year. And as Cole explained, these are targets. We retain some flexibility. And, if we have amazing projects come in the ag category this year, then, we can reevaluate that and bring that back to the board. But I don't think we would come back to the board with a different recommendation for the targets. It's just that the targets themselves are flexible. But Cole, if I'm wrong, please.
Nope, that
Okay.
sounds right to me.
Okay. Does that
So-
help? Okay.
Okay, Director Felt.
That was part of what I was gonna talk about was this is a way of framing it up and sort of thinking about it, keeping track and, looking at trends and stuff too. And like you said, the biggest priority is good projects, right? Good value. One thing I was wondering about though, Cole, and I don't know where these categories, where they came from, if it's statutory or something like that, but they got ag and then you have 4 others that are 2 things paired with an and it's sort of like that. I don't know what that was, Sesame Street, one of these things, not like the other. The last one, I mean, watershed health and recreation. I often, hear that phrase, recreation, fisheries and environment, right? Because we're talking about non-consumptive beneficial use of water. But I'm curious to what extent watershed health and recreation really are necessarily that similar. It worries me a little because even though my background is recreation, I've always kind of felt that recreation, we can do things to help recreation, but also recreation's best strategy probably is to find ways to weave themselves into consumptive use projects. And that we should maybe emphasize those non-consumptive beneficial uses being included in proposals for consumptive use projects. But given that it's the largest funding category, I am a little worried that, we could end up spending a lot of money on recreation where it might very well be able to continue that weave and progress that way. So, and what my concern would be is that if at some point in the future we looked at 7.2 million and it was like, wow, 5 million went to recreation and 2.2 million actually went to, say, I don't know if it's stream restoration or forest health initiatives or stuff like that. So I don't know if I'm suggesting we break it into a different category, but I would like to kind of keep track of that because they do seem, if I'm interpreting it correctly, they do seem quite different.
I might just jump in real quick, Director Felt. The categories are specified in statute.
Okay.
So we as a board don't have the flexibility to change the categories themselves. We do have the flexibility to develop criteria and guidelines around those criteria and how we prioritize and evaluate projects and the funding that's allocated.
That can work.
Yeah.
Okay, but maybe if you could just keep that in mind, like it would be interesting to know, well, what percentage of that last category is actually recreation or not?
Yep.
Thank you.
I see Director Vasquez, you put your hand down, is that correct?
Yeah, the question I was going to ask just got answered, keeping track.
Okay.
I was going to ask. Thank you.
No, thank you. I was gonna say, I appreciate what you said, Director Felt, because I think if we maintain the collaboration and partnerships, recreation can benefit from almost all the other categories. So maybe the funding could be massaged a little and used to, as recreation, they still get the benefit. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Okay, so any other questions or comments? Did you have another one, Jeff? Right as soon as you put sorry. Go ahead, Director.
While Director Brown is eating, I appreciate Director Brown's comments and Director Brody's as well. And I would maybe suggest to see if there's any value of using the regional grant managers as a resource to help you evaluate that. I mean, and kind of define what you're asking them to look for, because as when Director Brody mentioned demand, I mean, there's demand measured as far as how many applications are, but maybe you could also say the need in the different basins and identify that as well. So I think they would be a great resource as well as the board members for those regions to help identify and then identify what barriers there may be for those areas that we see a need. Thank you.
Director Brown.
Apologies for that. Yeah, I was just going to mention along those same lines of when we communicate this, whether it's in a press release or however the information gets out there, I would guess that some of the roundtables, because of the way we have evaluated WSRF funding in the past and roundtables that haven't used their money then haven't gotten backfilled. To me, this is seemingly similar, where ag isn't using the money and now it's getting pulled away. So I think we need to be communicative on how we made this decision and that it isn't saying that we can't make different decisions when the time comes. And also that we should maybe do some digging to find out if, you know, what's the barrier, or does this make sense that, you know, where there's just less of a demand, or is some of that demand then, if it's an ag project and it can fall into a watershed health category, is that what's happening? Or, you know, where are people putting a multi-benefit project when they apply for this funding, right? Because I think there's a lot of multi-benefit projects, and maybe taking a look at the breakout of that would be useful to the board later on.
I think something to remember too is where this is your water plan grants, you also have your drought resiliency and aging infrastructure through the WSRF, which will cover a lot of those ag projects. I think we want to be careful saying that this isn't the only shot ag has at funding. There are other sources. And the way I'm looking at this, where we're setting target allocations, I don't think we're setting them in stone absolutes. And so if that assumption is correct, I think we can accomplish what everybody is saying. If we need to massage, we can massage within the overall budget within some reason. So you feel like that's
yes.
Okay. All right. Is there any other comments or? Okay, so entertain a motion either way on item number 8. Director Brilliant.
I'll move approval of staff recommendation on agenda item 8.
Okay, thank you. Director McLeod is the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Cole.
All right, again, for the record, Cole Bedford, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 9, 2024 Diane Hoppy Memorial Scholarship. And a little bit of background on this one for folks who don't know. Diane Hoppy was a CWCB board member. She represented the South Platte Basin, and she started her tenure in 2012. Before that, she served in the state legislature. She was the chairwoman of the House Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources Committee, the chair of the Water Interim Committee, and the chair of the Water Resources Review Committee at different times. She was also a founding member of the Colorado Foundation for Water Education and served as its president. She was one of those people who was just kind of everywhere in Colorado water. And when Diane passed away in 2016, her family worked with CWCB to establish the Diane Hoppy Memorial Scholarship, which awards $2,000 every year to a Colorado high school student or college freshman interested in Western water issues planning to attend a public institution of higher education in Colorado. So before I talk about this year's recommended recipient, I've got a brief video from the recipient of the scholarship from 2 years ago to talk about her education experience after getting the scholarship and what she's doing at school.
Hi, my name is Leah Young, and I am a 2022 recipient of the Diane Hoppy Water Scholarship. I am a student at Fort Lewis College in Durango, Colorado, studying environmental science. And I also am pursuing a River Studies and Leadership certificate and a GIS certificate. So I graduated from Green Mountain High School in Lakewood, Colorado in May 2022. I now attend Fort Lewis, and I'm hopefully graduating in the winter of 2026 or the spring of 2025. I'm a raft guide, and my initial career goal going to college was to be an expeditionary scientist. However, now I would either like to be a scientist or a pilot. I've taken multiple classes at Fort Lewis over the last 2 years that have deepened my understanding of water. I've taken several geology and geography classes. From these, I learned about the Animus La Plata project, which is a water storage project and transportation project in the surrounding area of Durango. It involves Lake Nighthorse, which is a reservoir that stores water for use by the Ute tribe. However, the Ute tribe has never actually used any of this water, as it would take a very expensive operation to transport it. I also learned about the Gold King mine spill, which happened several years ago upstream of the Animus. Acid mine drainage is what the major consequence of this mine spill was, which was when water flowed through the mines and toxic material through toxic material, and then it became very unsafe and flowed into the Animus, known as acid mine drainage. I took Intro to Environmental Science, in which I learned about the different spheres of the Earth, feedback loops, including climate change, and different pollutants. One of the coolest classes that I've taken at college so far has been a interdisciplinary water seminar class, which happened 1 day a week, and it involved a different speaker every single time. And then me and my peers would reflect on the speaker. We were given all sorts of information on water, specifically in the West, looking at agriculture. We talked about dry farming, which is farming without supplementing water. We talked about groundwater and municipal water systems and many other things. It was very informative and made me think very deeply and critically about different water issues that we have, as well as how systems with water work. I also have taken several GIS courses, Geographical Information Systems, and I am working on a GIS certificate. In some of these classes, I have gotten the opportunity to do remote sensing analysis of water and water forms on land. I also took Energy Sovereignty, which was a class that explored the idea of a just energy transition. So a transition from non-renewables to renewables in a way that doesn't harm affected communities. We talked about mining in the Southwest, renewables, business, and a lot of other things. My final project in this class, I chose to do an independent study looking at copper mines in Chile that use special pipelines to transport a mixture of water and ore from the high elevation, from one border of the country on the high elevation mountains to the other border on the coast, which was pretty cool. So what's next for me is I'm going to be raft guiding this summer, and then I'm doing a study abroad program in Auckland, New Zealand for fall semester, so semester 2 in New Zealand. And then I'm hopefully graduating spring in 2025 or winter 2026 and going to grad school or getting a job or doing something from there. So thank you for watching and hearing what I learned these past 2 years in college, and I am very grateful for the opportunity that the Diane Hoppe Scholarship has given me to go to school. So thank you.
Thanks, Anna. So that's from Leah from 2 years ago. So for this year, let's talk about the recommended recipient for this year. So because the applicants for the scholarship are minors, we do away with names, and so we refer to them as student 1 and 2. So the recommended recipient for the 2024 Diane Hoppy Scholarship is student 1. And student 1 attends Arvada West High School. Growing up, he developed a passion for space, which he is following by seeking a mechanical engineering degree with a focus on aerospace at the Colorado School of Mines. In the last year, he's proud of his time lifeguarding, volunteering with the National Honor Society, and overcoming his physical limitations as a result of cerebral palsy. With respect to water, student 1 has a family history in the arid southwestern Colorado and helped his parents install a xeriscaped garden at their home. And in his essays, he said that he's inspired to conserve water resources for future generations and building a more informed society. And so I've got staff recommendation here. It's short and sweet. I got to say too that, I get to be part of a lot of interesting, exciting things at CWCB. And this is one of the more humbling things I've gotten to be part of. We had a committee of 7 staff members who were part of this process, and I think everyone got quite a bit out of it.
I assume you want to keep the 2,000 instead of the 200 on your staff recommendation.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, say, yeah. All right, thank you. So any questions on, I don't know, go ahead.
Not a question, but just a comment. I am always blown away by the applicants that we receive for the scholarship. And I just want to take a moment to commend both students. They both seem incredible. I wish we could offer more money, but just congratulations to both of them on their accomplishments, and hope to hear more about their successes in the years to come.
Okay. Director Wind?
Just to comment, Mr. Chair, I knew Diane quite well. I'm not sure this is what she was looking for in terms of what the student is seeking in their college years.
Thank you. I don't know if staff wants to do something with that in the future, or.
Yeah, I'll absolutely follow up.
Thank you. So we don't have a motion yet still for item number 9. So. Do we want to suspend that? I'm sorry.
I'm happy to make a motion so that we can put the issue on the floor for discussion, and certainly if other board members have a different view, I think in deliberations would be an opportunity for further discussion on that point.
Okay.
So I will make a motion to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 9.
Okay, so we have a motion to bring it to the floor. Is there a second? Okay, so Director Cloud is a second. So now we can have discussion on the issue. So I'm sorry, Barbara, please, Director Vasquez.
Thank you. I was going to second, and I think we should move forward with this recommendation. The conversation regarding differences of opinion regarding Diane Hoppy's intention could follow on for the following year. That's my suggestion.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for discussion? Director Brown.
Maybe could you, Cole, remind the board how you advertise the scholarship?
Yeah, so the scholarship is posted on the website. There's some social media postings that Katie puts out with some other blasts to folks. And then the students submit to us with a couple of essay questions. There's a form. They have to meet some certain requirements for where they're going to school and what their plans are for future academics. And then they have to include a recommendation letter, at least one.
Does that answer your question, Director Brown? So on that, in the administration of this scholarship, is that the criteria that's set forth, or are there some very specific things you're looking for in their application? Or
So,
just some kind of nexus with water?
Yeah, the fixed requirements are the student in-state and planning to go in-state college. and then an interest in water. And then that's kind of a subjective thing. So that's in their essays typically.
So would you mind me asking, do you think the nexus with water is too weak, or do you want to elaborate, Director Wind, at all on your?
I frankly, I appreciated Director Vasquez's recommendation. I'm happy to second that motion and look forward to future conversation.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion on the topic then? Okay, all in favor of item number 9, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, do you want to go on with what was removed from the consent agenda, please?
Yeah, so I don't have a presentation for this one because it was on the consent agenda, but just some context. This one was intended to be cleanup, some clarification on the guidelines with no change to the way the program's administered. That was kind of what I was aiming for here. Just the lowest hanging fruit. And the main things that were sticking out with the water plan grant programs is that since the new water plan has been adopted, some of the language has changed. The main things have been around the measurable objectives. So the water plan grant guidelines in quite a few different places reference things that were in the 2015 version of the plan that are not there in the 2013 version or the 2023 version. So a lot of the cleanup is to maintain the message that's in the guidelines. Every category section has kind of a preamble. Those got changed to keep the message, but change the language to be consistent with the new plan. And then other kind of minor places where there was some clarity that could have been added, and then a formatting change. Those were the big things for this one. Director McLeod caught me and we talked through a few additional things maybe that I missed.
Well, Mr. Chair, we can go through my list, but I will assure the board that they are purely clerical corrections. Nothing of substance, but we can walk through them if you like. It would take about 5 minutes to, I mean, if anybody's interested in hearing the details. But I did go over all of them with Cole and he agreed they were reasonable suggestions. So it should just be a matter of cleaning it up a little bit more.
So in the interest of time, I would say if you and Cole are okay with it, and if it is all non-substantive and more of clerical, maybe we could move on and we could approve items number 4 with the agreed upon changes.
I think Cole would agree that he's comfortable with my suggestions.
I am, yeah.
Is everybody comfortable if we proceed that way? Okay, seeing nothing else, then let's go ahead and vote on, I guess we'd entertain a motion to approve item number 4 from the original consent agenda with the suggested changes from Director McLeod and Cole.
So moved.
Okay. And second from Director Felt. So any other questions on how that one's going to be? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I might. And that is that the drought task force bill number, I can never remember.
197.
197. Does have a requirement in it that the board waive the match requirements for tribes as part of that grant program. And so we will be doing that to be in compliance with statute. That is not reflected in the current changes that Cole has just discussed. But we will make that change to conform with the latest statute edition, and you can expect to see that shortly as well. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Appreciate it. So we'll go on to number 10, because that'd be Anna and Russ.
Good afternoon, Anna Moss, CWCB Deputy Director for the record. I've got a strong team here with me today that I'm going to turn most of this over to, but before I get into this agenda item, I just wanted to wish a very happy birthday to Ashley Garrison, our Regional Grant Manager. She's here today. We're in her region and it's her birthday. So if you see her later, please extend birthday wishes to her. And with that, I'll kick off this agenda item. I don't actually have a whole lot to say about this. We've had this on the schedule kind of as an ongoing item, really since the kickoff of the water plan and Agency Action 510 to develop an operational plan. And so we worked with a consultant, as you all recall, over the past year and had some facilitated workshops, and that resulted in a few documents. I just realized I could advance a slide here too, probably. There we go. So out of those, we refined the annual calendar for the board that sort of outlines what you can expect at board meetings, what we can expect at finance committee. And a lot of that does hinge around collecting more feedback from you at finance committee. Then we can be more strategic as we go throughout the year and we hit each board meeting. So I think a lot of that is going to just start to flow as a natural part of just the annual calendar. So we probably won't keep this on the agenda going forward unless you all request that. Also, out of those workshops, we had an onboarding checklist that was created that I think will be really helpful for future board members. And that all got rolled into the guide that Russ and Jeff are working on. So I'm going to turn to them to talk through the updates of where things are at with that document.
All right. Jeff Rodriguez, CWCB staff for the record. Have to admit, it's a little bit more intimidating standing in front of you, presenting to you instead of with you at the Basin Roundtables, but I'm going to try to get through this without sweating through my shirt. So I'm going to start by kind of just taking us back a little bit and talking about where we've been before getting to where we are now. So as Anna mentioned, the water plan called for a universal handbook in action 4.2 and also for a board operational plan in action 5.10. Previously, many of you may have remembered the CWCB board handbook, which we largely use to help onboard new board members. And as we were kind of working through this universal handbook in action 4.2 and simultaneously on action 5.10, we kind of realized that a lot of the information in the board handbook would also be really good for the Basin Roundtables and the IBCC to understand as well. So in action 4.2, it really calls for supporting the long-term sustainability of the Basin Roundtables and the IBCC. Some of that is through ongoing funding through WSRF and PEPO, and then also creating kind of this reference document to create better alignment between the board, the IBCC, and the Basin Roundtables. So along with advancing those water plan actions, the DNR also released a policy handbook for boards and commissions last year, which I'm betting most of you are familiar with. A lot of that, as you'll notice here in the subtitles, that also applies to roundtables, committees like the IBCC, but a lot of it's kind of written specifically for boards and commissions. There are some things that are kind of a one-for-one application to the roundtables and the IBCC, like the Code of Ethics, Colorado Open Meeting Laws, a description, CORA, those types of things, incorporating public comment into meetings, all of those things. There are some things that are really geared towards you all as a board and commission, like annual training. And so what the guide does now is kind of more of a crosswalk for how this handbook applies to roundtables, committees, and the CWCB board. So why a CWCB guide? We've had about 18 years of roundtables and the IBCC now without an official document or guide to demonstrate or show how the CWCB, the IBCC, and the roundtables all coordinate and work together. But staff has been fielding questions since way before my time about a lot of these issues that we're incorporating into the guide. So really the guide is meant to be a reference for the facts and how things work in 2024, as well as an onboarding document for board members, new roundtable members, new IBCC members, and things like that. What it's not meant to do is replace any basin bylaws or the IBCC bylaws that govern roundtable operations. So included in the guide, it's kind of broken into sections where we identify structurally the CWCB, the CWCB board, the IBCC, the Basin Roundtables, those types of things. There's also a really lengthy section that is frequently asked questions where we tried to put in all the questions that we get asked pretty frequently around the state in different contexts or different years. And so really trying to just provide a one-stop shop for information for our stakeholders. So included in that is some reference material like relevant statute, landmark legislation, those types of things. Also really quick reference guides to, how does open meeting laws apply, those types of things. So we've been in the midst of a roundtable roadshow where we've presented many of these same slides to roundtables across the state. That started in February, and we're going to finish that up next week. And then hoping to have a draft for you all and for public consumption by early June. And we're going to post that on engagecwcb.org. And then as we've been kind of working our way around the state, talking about the guide, talking with roundtables, we've kind of noticed that with some of the things that might be in the guide that might highlight some inconsistencies in basin bylaws or something like that, there's probably going to be a need for a small stakeholder process or an ongoing stakeholder process to kind of refine how we answered some of the questions, get to the bottom of, some of the processes that might make it easier for basin roundtables to fill membership seats or things like that, that many of the roundtables have been struggling with across the state. So because most of that information or those questions filter up through the roundtable chairs, we're going to kick off a discussion with the chairs about the content of the guide starting in July, and then provide updates to you all in September at the September board meeting. And if needed, and there's a lot of feedback that we're getting from the roundtables, the board, the IBCC, we could potentially have an agenda item at the C9 Summit, which Russ is going to talk about here in a minute, in October. And then having a revised draft for you all at the November board meeting so that by the first of the year, the new calendar year, we can have a CWCB guide that's ready to use for the roundtables, the IBCC, and you all. So with that, I'll kick it over to Russ, talk about the C9 Summit planning.
Russ Sands, CWCB staff for the record. So we thought we would shoehorn in a little discussion about the C9 Summit, recognizing that as we get closer to the October 1st, 2nd date in Crested Butte, that we need to start locking in presenters, and we wanted to at least give the board a chance to weigh in. This is something we're going to talk about with the IBCC as well at our June 18 meeting. But after that, we'll probably be moving pretty quickly to kind of make sure that we get panels lined up. You have some kind of tentative invites in your inboxes that you've probably seen, and we will be working to get this larger message out. We had a little back and forth on what date it was going to actually be, and we're still actually locking in as of this week the final location in Crested Butte. But we're kind of leaning towards the Art Center here that we have pictured, and hopefully we'll get that settled, and then you'll see kind of some save the dates and stuff go out more broadly to roundtables, IBCC, and then I think what we saw last year is increased interest from the public writ large, and quite a bit of feedback of it just being nice to have a free event where people could go and mingle. And although we very much see this as alignment between the board, the roundtables, the IBCC, I think it's fair to say we have a lot of external stakeholders that want to be a part of that discussion too, and so we welcome them into that process. Some things that will probably be on the agenda that we're hearing, and we did a little bit of some survey work to get here, and some of this were things we were already thinking about, but I think, supported by some of the feedback we got via survey. Impactful projects. I heard someone mention a little bit earlier, maybe it was you, Director Sakata, to talk about ag innovation. I think certainly we're hearing a lot in that space. A lot of feedback to have environmental and rec discussion. And again, as echoed maybe by some of Director Felt's comments, quite a bit of emphasis on the recreation piece of that, and maybe even breaking that out. So we're thinking about that. And we're also thinking about how to integrate with some of our partner agencies on some of the good work we're doing. So we're talking to some of the CPW staff on their co-op efforts. A policy panel, really policy and projects. What are the big things that have happened, and how is that landing with people that could have a little bit of a point counterpoint, or just kind of trying to get to the meat of how we coordinate and partner together as we move forward. Of course, Colorado River updates are always central to discussion. We always get a lot of feedback about that, and I'm sure people are eager to hear where we're at in the process by the time we get to October. conversation with the state engineer. I've talked to Jason if he would be gracious enough to attend, and you know, how we might tee that up, even if it's a little bit more of a panel discussion with district engineers as well, to talk about compact administration across the state and some of the good work that Jason's team does. Education and outreach, I think, of course, there's always a flavor of Peppo there, but there's also some interesting initiatives that have gone on around just really how do we, and we're hearing a lot about this at the roundtable level too, is just how do we bring in younger generation and really start to build that next level of water leaders. And, you know, certainly we think about that through an equity lens. Certainly we think about that as young professionals, but I think there's some interesting stuff too of even going, how do we get to the high school level? One of the things we typically do is we talk to kids at water festivals, and then we talk to college students, and we don't always hit the in between, and we don't really fit the group after. So trying to think about how we could broaden that out. I heard Commissioner Mitchell talk about IBCC's low regrets action strategy development, and I think that's something that we probably workshop a little bit with IBCC input and hopefully IBCC leadership at the event, and that kind of factors into statewide trends that we're seeing, whether that's climate or population growth or any of the other big drivers in the water plan. This guide that Jeff just walked you through, I think would be probably, depending on the feedback we get, I think it's probably just wise to at least kind of before we fully codify it, bring that up for a final discussion at this event. We heard a lot about better conversations, and I think we had a really great panel session at the Drought Summit about building trust. I think we've heard, you know, disagreeing better as a topic that the governor specifically talks about, and so there was some interest in revitalizing discussion around that. And then, of course, we've had an ever-present thread of just forest health and wildfire protection, which I think there's any number of ways that we could take that, but we may be reaching out to forestry to help us with some of that. So these are generally the bucket of things that we're thinking about teeing up and have kind of started to move forward, and totally open for input, but we wanted to bring it to you today so that the board felt they had an opportunity to weigh in before we got too far down the road. And with that, I think we're happy to take questions on anything we discussed.
Thanks, Russ.
Thank you.
Jeff, anybody have any questions or input?
That's okay.
Guess not on that topic. Do you have something else on there?
That's it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks. Excuse me. Thank you, Russ and team. Regarding the C9, I mean, what information would you like from us? I mean, what ways can we participate as a board to help make that event as successful as possible based on, you know, what you're hearing? And you don't need to on the spot answer that question now, but keep in mind that I think that I'm a big fan of it. I think connecting all of us are a great thing to do. And so however we can help you as board members, please let us know.
Thank you, Director Boucher. I'll just respond briefly and say, I think one of the biggest conversations that really led to us making this kind of annual commitment to doing C9 Summit was a recognition that we maybe were going down a road where the roundtable saw themselves as a separate thing and were doing their own thing, and IBCC certainly felt that they were in that space, and the board was doing its own thing, and maybe they weren't talking as much. So the single biggest thing, and what I think some of the genesis of moving towards this annual event is to really build that. So I think being available and present day of is critical, just to be able to, I don't know how many comments I got from people saying like, wow, I got to sit next to and talk to Dan Gibbs, or, you know, I got to sit next to, you know, one of your directors, and that was really empowering for people. And I think people are hungry for that. It's also the case that, and we're trying to have some good conversations with IBCC about better report outs from the roundtable, and not just talking to the roundtable, but getting information back from them. And while we work on that, I think there's a lot of desire at the roundtable level to have that direct line of communication with directors. So we're trying to foster that space, but absolutely I'll be thinking about other ways that you might be able to help or participate in panels, and I'm sure we'll be reaching out about those things.
All right. Director Brown, sorry.
I just had a clarification. When you say report outs back to the directors, do you mean the IBCC directors?
Sorry, I think we are talking initially with IBCC about their reports to the roundtable and trying to use that more as gathering information that could feed back up. But certainly what we're trying to build is really help the IBCC recognize their real power and role as integrators. The job is again, not for them to be their own thing and doing their own thing, but really how can they be the connective tissue that feeds things up to the board? One thing that we said at the last C9 Summit, and we've talked about a lot with IBCC and the roundtables, is if you look back on the hallmark things that IBCC could point to and are really proud of, and I think one of those is the original no low regret strategy and the conceptual framework. What made that a success wasn't IBCC working in a vacuum. It was them workshopping with roundtables, an iterative process that ultimately went up to the board and had some iteration there, and then was something the board could get on board with and codify and put into your policy document, the water plan. And so we're trying to foster that spirit of, again, them being the integrators and connective tissue. But I do think as part of that, there's a, desire to have, more strong just discussions with directors across the state, not pointing out your basin at all in specific.
No, may I? Sorry. So I just think that we've had briefly this discussion, but we've obviously had new board members join us now. So, it's always been explained to me that my role as a CWCB director is as a representative of the state. So I think asking for that feedback up through the IBCC is a smarter way to facilitate basin direction. I think that, and I've made this point before, is really confusing to roundtable members and water users that we are not sitting at this table to only reflect the needs of our basins. And I think that can get lost. And when there is turnover, it's an important point that needs to be spoken about, not just written in the guidelines.
Couldn't agree more.
And also I'll just throw out term limits are a great way to get new people involved.
The limits will be in the guide because they are part of statute, and just trying to make that a more public process, however that turns out, is a key piece that we need to highlight. Agree. Thank you.
Director Felt. Russ, you talked about I don't know if you use this word, but the thirst among the public for more information and wanting to, integrate into this conversation across our different bodies and everything. The drought task force last year struck me as a pretty phenomenal example of that desire and the participation. You looked around the room and it wasn't the usual suspects. And I'm just wondering, do you think C9 can fulfill that? Or do you have thoughts on whether there'll be something that's maybe a little broader, more like the drought task force in the future? I know it was a lot to pull off in one year, but I'm just kind of curious about that dynamic.
Good question. And maybe I'm sensing there's probably two lines or two threads there that I'll pick up on. So probably important to note the drought task force effort wasn't CWCB initiative. That was a legislative initiative that came out. I do agree that there were some good things that came out of that. And of course, there's some stuff that maybe they didn't get to discuss. And that was brought up at the last IBCC meeting, as maybe there's some stuff that was left on the cutting room floor that, IBCC could pick up. I think there was a lot of comments that we got from IBCC of, why that came about and how to better utilize IBCC. So I think they have that opportunity and maybe that low regret strategy and revitalizing that as more of a comprehensive piece that IBCC can help lead with the help of the board and the roundtables is possibly a way to fill that space. So with regards to the C9 Summit, I absolutely think that we have continued to see, whether it's at the Drought Summit or C9 Summit itself, being a great venue. We got a lot of comments of just making something free makes it really accessible to maybe the groups of people that we're trying to build, fill in some of these roundtable seats with. Not all roundtables are equally blessed with a waiting list. Some are really struggling to fill seats and are really looking to have that opportunity. And I think from the larger equity point, just to make it open for everyone that can attend, I do think it can help broaden the conversation. And I think we're going to increasingly try to reach a broader audience. So I had talked about, CPW is doing all this great work with co-ops, which are and GOCO's the same. A lot of that work is operating in a similar space as the Basin Roundtables. How do we integrate that thought around rec and environment and what the roundtables are doing and really bring that to a larger audience? We talk a lot. You Director Felder, are a great advocate for forest health, but can we bring some of those speakers into the C9 Summit? Director Sakata, outside of a trip, which I'm very excited to do still, to the farm and to bringing together CDA. How do we bring and infuse more of that cross-agency interaction? I think that is true to the spirit of the water plan and something we definitely want to emulate at C9.
I just wondered, Director Felt, if you were talking about the Drought Summit.
Did I say drought?
There's so many task forces. I don't fault you at all.
Okay. Yes.
That's what I thought you meant, which we did host and put on. And
that is ours.
Yes. Okay.
Great clarification. Yes, yes, good. Absolutely trying to recreate that magic and bring that to an annual event that we would have as C9 Summit. So that was largely attended. I'm understanding your thread there. I was like, I thought there was a lot of the same faces in the drought task force, but but yes, at the drought summit, we did have quite a number of representatives from the outside, less so this last C9 Summit, but some of that maybe because we intentionally limited, because we had been thinking about it and maybe I'm starting to think wrongfully of is really just only being the space that was for roundtable, IBCC and the board. But I do think to make that more welcoming and based on the feedback we got from people that did attend, and we always do public meetings, that trying to double down on that is actually the best thing we could be doing. All good. All good.
I knew.
I knew what I was. Director Boucher, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It took me like 2 minutes, Director Felt, to figure out what you were talking about. But I'm glad to see after your chairmanship has ended that you're taking a much more relaxed approach to the meetings.
Just say whatever.
Director Brown.
As a member of the drought task force, I was really confused and I didn't catch on at all. Like, you want us to meet every 2 weeks again? I think that's a lot.
All right. Well, good. It's not just me. All right. Thank you, Russ and Jeff and Anna, if that's all we got it.
Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, agenda item 11, Ben.
Good morning. Good morning, goodness. Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you, Chairman Combs. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff, presenting items 11A and B, 2 water supply reserve grants for you today. As always, these have received their roundtable approval and both are recommended for approval by staff. I always want to thank staff for their diligent review, not only of the applications, but just helping with the board prep. We did receive 4 applications at the February 1 deadline. So we'll hear 2 today. Both are aging infrastructure requests. The consent agenda item was removed last Friday because the applicant actually received full funding from CDPHE. So congrats to them, and that's why that was removed late last week. And then we did have one that was at 50,000 and under, and that was approved by Director Riss on April 16th. So to 11A, the applicant is Sanchez Ditch and Reservoir Company. And Matt Stearns earlier this morning did a great job in his presentation, just kind of giving you all the background on the issues the Sanchez Dam has. So I won't repeat that, but the WSRF funds would be used to study alternatives to repair the Sanchez Dam and improve its infrastructure. So they'll be using existing seepage studies, some new geotechnical data, being in talks with the state engineer's office on those repair designs. And Matt mentioned the project partners that they do have, which will help provide input to this study to produce these designs and plans for the future repair and upgrades. So we do have Mike Kester and John Salazar in the audience today. Nicole Langley is also joining us on Zoom. We're all available if the board has any questions on this grant proposal.
Okay, thanks, man. I think just one thing on, it's coming out of the Rio Grande Basin account, correct? Not the North Platte?
Oh my goodness, yes. This is a Rio Grande Basin account. Yes, sorry about that.
Okay, we're short on time, but Mike or John, if you feel like you have something the board needs to know, come up to the mic and introduce yourself, please. We have it for the record, and then we'll.
Anyway, on this that he was
Do you mind
talking
just
about,
giving your name and your?
I'm Mike Kester, president of the Sanchez Ditch and Reservoir. And I got put on this a little bit late. Anyway, I'm catching up on all of this. I have not yet met Mr. Ben Wade, but our thing we brought to you earlier was the match money to get us into this stage that we are now, which we will do this study on there now to find out how much the fix for the reservoir will be. And this hopefully will all take place in August, which would be great. It's gonna be a 2-year battle, but I am personally gonna take on learning all this stuff that Keith Calden was doing. And I will be at your meetings and everything. So if we have questions, hopefully I can answer them.
Does anybody have any other questions? Oh, Director Vasquez.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you for saving me from a heart attack, thinking I didn't know that this was going on in my basin, so I'm glad to hear it clarified.
We almost gave you a reservoir. Well, Mike, you're in good hands with Ben, I'll tell you, so he'll.
Well, I have yet to meet him, so I'm hoping that all goes good.
He'll do good there, so, do we have a motion on item 11A? Okay. So Lorelei made the motion, is there a second? Oh, sorry, I'm always looking the wrong direction, I apologize. Director Brown was the second. Okay, is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, congratulations.
And one little brief thing, I personally want to thank you for this, and I'm gonna give it my best shot to get her done and fixed and back to the way it used to be.
Thanks, Mike, we
Thank
appreciate
you.
that. You bet, thank you. Go ahead, Ben, thank you.
All right, Director Vasquez, I apologize for nervous moments there, thinking this was coming out of the North
Yeah,
Platte. I apologize for that.
It was definitely a nervous moment.
All right. Well, I do see on the slide there, this is actually coming out of the correct basin. So 11B is an application from the Community Agriculture Alliance, another aging infrastructure request. This particular project has been in the works for many years to upgrade the agricultural diversion on the Bear River above the town of Yampa. And so they've been working with the ag producers there and other stakeholders to develop this project that they're hoping to provide multiple benefits to the river. So they're aiming to improve diversion and infrastructure, riparian health, and add automation to the river to improve the health and water delivery. So they'll use grant funds to install a new stop log diversion and a new headgate on the nickel ditch and a new measuring device, which will help meet our junior in-stream flow rates. Shortly after the board packet was sent out, we got contacted by Colorado Parks and Wildlife staff regarding this project, and they just wanted to know more information on the fish passage component. And so we met on Monday with Parks and Wildlife staff, some CWCB staff, the applicant, ditch company, and their consultant, and had a great meeting just to discuss the design and moving forward how we can work together with Parks and Wildlife as well as DWR just to gather input on their final design. So just wanted to add that last piece. On Zoom with us is Patrick Stanko with the Community Agriculture Alliance, and we're available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thanks, Ben. Does anybody have any comments or questions? Okay. Oh, yes, whistle, please. Director Brown.
Seeing no comments or questions, I would move that we accept staff approval on agenda item 11B.
Okay, we have a motion. Director Boucher, second it. Any other discussion?
I have one.
Please.
So, this project is a really needed project. The Yampa River Fund just approved some matching funds for this as well last week, and the Bear River dries up annually. It has been the part of the Yampa Basin that has an annual administration, unlike the main stem that we talk about having just more recently gone on call. And so this is the first step towards keeping water in a reach that has historically been dried up annually. So it's a big deal and a great project. And I know that they've worked really hard to get where they are today.
Thanks for your comments. Any other comments or discussion? Yes.
Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you to the applicant and to Ben and to everybody who's been helping us talk through those issues. And yeah, we just appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? So proceed to vote. All in favor of staff recommendation on item 11B, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. On to item 12. Rob.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 12A, which is a request for final action on uncontested in-stream flow and natural lake level water rights in water divisions 1, 2, 4, and 6. On January 29th, 2024, CWCB formed its intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on 7 stream segments located in water divisions 1, 4, and 6, along with 1 natural lake water level right, which is located in water division 2. Pursuant to the in-stream flow and natural lake level program rules, notice of this action was sent to the ISEP subscription mailing list on February 5th, and this notice provided all parties with a deadline to file a notice to contest, which was due to the CWCB no later than April 1st, and no notices contested were filed for any of these appropriations. So today, staff will be requesting that the board make the 3 required findings, 3 required determinations for these appropriations. 1, that a natural environment exists. 2, that the natural environment will be reserved by the water available for appropriation. And 3, that there will be no material injury to other water rights. And the information necessary to support these determinations is contained in staff's memo for this meeting, along with the recommendation letters and documentation submitted by the Bureau of Land Management, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, High Country Conservation Advocates, and its staff's memo and presentation from the January 29th, 2024 meeting. So just to remind you, the recommendations staff is seeking today are shown on this map. CPW recommended Square Tops Creek and Williams Gulch in Water Division 1, along with Titan Lake in Water Division 2. High Country Conservation Advocates recommendations are in Water Division 4 for Deer Creek and Splains Gulch. And finally, the BLM recommended North Lobe Creek in Water Division 4, along with 2 segments in Water Division 6, 1 for Wheeler Creek and 1 for Ways Gulch. This slide shows table 1, which identifies the 7 stream segments that the staff is requesting action on today, along with table 2, which contains the natural lake level information that staff is also seeking action on. These tables are identical to what is provided in staff's memo, and these were what are being referenced in staff's recommendation. And with that, I can take any questions or provide staff recommendation.
Thanks, Bob. Are there any questions or any comments for? Okay, seeing none, I'd accept a. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Vasquez, please.
I'd just like to move that we approve staff recommendation for in-stream flows and lake levels.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second? Director Brody, thank you. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Okay. Item 13.
Thank you, Colin Watson, CWCB staff. It's great to be back here. I was actually a camper and camp counselor here at Camp Chief Furay, so I was excited to come back. I feel like a lot of the, things I learned here were the seeds that led me to the Colorado Water Conservation Board, so it's great to be back. This is agenda item 13. It's an action item. I'm seeking authorization to proceed to trial for a case that we have already stipulated in. We're preparing for a rare situation where we might need to proceed to trial to defend CWCB's stipulation. This is a Division 3 case. It was filed some time ago. As you can see, it's a 2010 case. There was an amendment to this case that occurred, I believe, in 2016, and That amendment was when CWCB filed a statement of opposition. We have since stipulated in August of 2023. And there is some discussion, I think, in this case that the trial might be continued, but as of today, I don't think that has been filed with the court and there's been no motion granted. So we're going to go ahead and present it today. And trial is, as of now, set for June 24th, and it's a 5-day trial. The applicant, among other things, was seeking a change of water rights, and for a period of time, one of those water rights diverted out of Division 7, potentially implicating the CWCB's and stream flow on Wolf Creek. Although that water right has now been, the case has been amended again, and that's no longer involved. Other opposers have not yet settled, and the case is still open before the court. And here's an overview map, and I'd be happy to answer any specific questions on the case.
Does anybody have any questions for Colin? Yes, Director Ullman.
I believe that this case was continued, but I'm not sure, just recently. Do you know whether that's the case?
I didn't think the motion had been filed yet. I just checked CCE and I didn't see it.
Oh, okay. I had heard that it was going to be filed, but
Yeah, I think that's right.
okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Any other questions? Director Phil.
Is this case involve a trans-basin diversion right up along the? It did at one time. Originally, it did not. 2016 amendment brought in a trans-basin diversion as a source of augmentation. And then I believe a 2022 amendment removed that trans-basin diversion. And it's now involved in another case that CWCB is involved.
Okay, any other questions or comments? So is there a motion for item 13A? Director Brody?
I'll move approval of staff recommendation on agenda item 13A.
Thank you. Is there a second? Director Brown, thank you. Okay, if there's no other discussion, those in favor of staff recommendation 13A, aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Okay, so we're coming up against our break. The biggest thing is for the tour, we need to make sure we hit that schedule. So maybe if we can just take 5, maybe 10 minutes at the most, and is that okay with everybody? And then we'll try to keep going so we can get not mess up our agenda for the tour. So we'll take, I guess it'd be 7 minutes if it's gonna be between 5 and 10. So thank you.
Record.
Recording in progress.
All right, I guess we've got everybody making their way back in here so we can start it up again. We're gonna start with agenda item 14. So Randy, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Brandy Logan, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 14, Wild and Scenic Update and Annual Fund Review. I'm going to cover some of the updates and some of the proposed changes to the terms and conditions. And Andrew's going to go over the financial information. So we're going to switch back and forth a little bit. All right, so for some background, in 2009, this board proposed and the legislature established the Wild and Scenic Rivers Fund in the amount of $400,000 out of the construction fund. That money was made available to the board and its staff to work with stakeholders in Colorado to develop alternative protections or to develop protections of river-dependent outstandingly remarkable values or ORVs identified by federal agencies. The goal is to develop protection that's an alternative to wild and scenic designations, and in some cases to defer eligibility or suitability findings. And each year the board affirms that the fund is still needed and reviews the terms and conditions that govern the fund. The purpose of this item is to check that box, essentially. So currently we have two different stakeholder groups that are making use of these funds, and we provide regular updates on these groups either through this meeting or through the director's report. Using the fund is the Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic Stakeholder Group. This is a really diverse group that includes East Slope and West Slope water users, local governments, and recreational and environmental groups. This group created an alternative management plan to protect the ORVs so that the BLM and the U.S. Forest Service would defer a suitability finding for a reach of the Colorado River, essentially between Kremling and No Name in Glenwood Canyon. That plan was accepted by the federal entities in 2020. And the plan really focuses on a number of different measures. One is a long-term protective measure, which was in-stream flow water rights that were decreed in 2013. It has a robust monitoring program and cooperative efforts to address any issues or enhance protection of these resources. And the group has done a really good job working through issues to make sure this is a workable alternative. The second group that is using funds is the Lower Dolores River Working Group. This is an offshoot of earlier Dolores River groups. People have worked on the Dolores River for a number of decades. This current group is working to establish a national conservation area, as well as a monitoring program to assess the river and make recommendations about how to manage flows below McPhee for native fish and whitewater boating. So if both of those things occur, the NCA and this monitoring and recommendation team, the BLM has agreed to permanently withdraw the potential for this reach to be suitable for wild and scenic designation. So the NCA has been introduced in the Senate and it's passed through the Senate Environment and Natural Resources Committee. If it receives a hearing in the House, it could be included in a package later this year, but I don't think it's been introduced in the House. And then the other component, the monitoring and recommendations team has been conducting valuable research on river conditions, specifically the native 3 species fish. And they've been working with Fort Lewis College to obtain a Wild and Scenic Fund grant or a Wild and Scenic Fund allocation last year to support group coordination, modeling efforts, and native fish tracking studies. So those are how the fund's currently being used. Other things to note about use of the fund, there is another stakeholder group in the Crystal River that is considering wild and scenic protections for a section of the Crystal River. They're also considering other options, including an in-stream flow or local agreements or some combination. They haven't made a decision yet, but there is a group active in that area considering that. And then federal agencies such as the Forest Service and the BLM, they're required as part of their land management planning efforts to determine if streams are eligible for inclusion in the Wild and Scenic River program. And so there's always ongoing efforts for new plans that are coming out as well as older and existing plans. The Crystal River Plan, for example, is older, finding that eligible. So there's always potential for a stakeholder group to kind of become active for any of these issues. That's all I have on background. So Andrew's going to go over the financials.
Good afternoon, Board. Andrew Rickert for the record. I'm just going to give a quick overview of where we stand right now financially with the two wild and scenic groups. So right now, the unencumbered or the Upper Colorado has $118,152 funds spent. Total funds encumbered by the Upper Colorado, $168,142. For the Lower Dolores, they haven't invoiced against their PO yet, so they are just have an encumbered amount of $73,565. So the total encumbered, total spent, you can see there. And then looking forward to the next fiscal year, we have gotten a request from the Upper Colorado group for $99,999. We have their statement of work currently right now. How it goes is we'll have Lauren Riss approve it and Director Boucher, because the project is happening in his basin. So that's the total request. We don't expect one from the Lower Dolores. So the anticipated unencumbered funds is right around 300,000 going into this next fiscal year. That's all I have. Brandy?
All right, so every year the board reviews and approves the terms and conditions for the fund. This is required by statute. The terms and conditions were last updated in 2018, and they've been approved each year since. This year, staff is recommending changes to the terms and conditions to manage the fund as a competitive grant program. A recent review by the procurement director at DNR identified that the fund could be managed as a competitive grant rather than under the procurement code. So this change essentially is kind of more of a behind the scenes, how money is distributed. It will increase flexibility and ease of use of the fund without really fundamentally changing how the fund has been managed or how it works. So the proposed changes to the T&C, the terms and conditions, are largely to align the language with other CWCB grant programs. In your packet, you have a red line and clean versions of the document that were attached to the memo. These red lines appear to be extensive in part because a lot of things got rearranged to align with our other grant programs. So a lot of it's reordering things as well as adding in information from other grant guidelines. So it does look like a lot of changes, but the overall fund would operate largely the same. So here's a brief summary. Was a lot of text on the slide. I appreciate that. I apologize for that. It's also in your memo. So I'll just go over kind of the bigger ones. One of the changes is to increase the match from kind of a flat rate of 20% to 25% for capacity or planning studies, and 50% for implementation projects. There's also revisions to the application process, additional information about the review and approval process, and details about grant administration. This is a little bit awkward, but trying to change the name of the document to identify it as guidelines for the grant program, so it has a dual purpose as the terms and conditions and the guidelines. Changing the annual review date from May to July. Andrew and I hope that will make the financials a little bit easier because we won't be projecting about what might be coming in as invoices and what might be coming to us in the next year. Refining the definitions and providing some examples of the type of projects the fund can support, including allowing capacity building grants for stakeholder groups deciding whether or not to pursue wild and scenic designation. That is a little bit of a difference. We have not interpreted the grant that way so far, so this would allow groups like the Crystal River the opportunity to come in and ask for a grant while they're figuring out whether or not to pursue wild and scenic designation. That's just probably that's the main goal of that, is to provide support for those groups that are looking at alternatives as an option. Other changes, adding the degree to which stakeholder groups develop a long-term funding plan that is independent of the fund is part of the evaluation criteria for the funds. And then there's some other changes just to the Colorado Compact and Decree entitlements. And so with that, I just would like to say that a number of members of staff helped with these revisions, including Anna Moss, Emily Zmack, Chris Sturm, among others. We've had a lot of eyes on this, trying to make these changes and try to make sure everything is consistent with our other programs. And so I can take any questions or I can move on to staff recommendation.
Thank you. Any questions for? Okay, so we'll go on for staff recommendation. Is there a motion for staff recommendation on item 14? Director Brown? Oh, Director Boucher? Okay, I'm sorry, Director. I'm sorry. Director Boucher made the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move staff recommendation on agenda item 14.
Thank you. Is there a second? Now Director Brown, okay. All right. Is there any other discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. 15, Andrew gets to stick around.
Okay, good afternoon again. Andrew Record for the record. I'm going to be giving you guys a update on where we stand right now with our weather modification program. So I know we have some new board members, so I'm just going to go over some of this just as a refresher. So how cloud seeding works is, a small amount of silver iodide is sprayed across a propane flame. Those particles rise up into the cloud, causes the moisture in the cloud to freeze and create ice crystals, and that falls out as snow. Two different weather modification methods we use in Colorado, ground-based generators and aerial. This is just a couple pictures of some of the different types. These are some of the generators we have in Colorado. The left and middle are remote generators, while the one on the right is a manual. And then we also have our program up targeting the Never Summer Mountain Range, where we use an airplane. And this is the airplane we use. It has burn-in-place flares that you can see there on the wing. And then it also has ejectable flares that are on the belly of the plane that fall out through the cloud and burn. So silver iodide in the environment, this is a naturally occurring inorganic solid material. There has a couple basic different uses, but our primary use is obviously cloud seeding. Inorganic solid, water insoluble, that's a key thing. And then, basically the structure of it is just like an ice particle, which is why it's so effective in cloud seeding, and then active between -6 and 15 degrees. And I just wanted to, the Weather Modification Association, I get a lot of questions about how silver iodide is in the environment. Is it safe? So I just wanted to read this into the record. But so the Weather Modification Association, this is their position statement on silver iodide. The published scientific literature clearly shows no environmentally harmful effects arising from cloud seeding with silver iodide aerosols have been observed, nor would they be expected to occur. Based on this work, the WMA finds that silver iodide is environmentally safe as it is currently being dispensed during cloud seeding programs. And then I added one more bullet just to, so there's no confusion. Contrails, not chemtrails, are not caused by cloud seeding. Contrails are streaks of condensed water vapor created by an airplane at high altitudes. So now that we got some of that out of the way, so the Colorado Weather Mod program, CWCB, the state, doesn't operate any of the programs. I have contractors that do that. Our main goal is to extend operations, support program upgrades, conduct studies and modeling, and conduct periodic evaluations of the program. And that picture is one of our Idaho Power Company remote generators. Our funding, we have roughly 1.4, 1.5, right around there annually. We get 500,000 from our CWCB projects bill. Our local participants are right around 400,000. That varies annually. And then we have our lower basin, which contributes to Colorado programs through the Colorado Programmatic Weather Mod Agreement. And they can give up to 500,000 annually.
This last year, they were at 475,000, and that's just a breakdown of the different agencies and what they give. So here's a map of all of Colorado's programs. We have 8 total programs, 7 ground-based, 1 aerial. The aerial is up there. You can see it at the top. Obviously, I can't point to it, but it's crosshatched, that little purple that represents, that's our 1 program in Colorado in the North Platte. That's both a ground-based and aerial program. And then you can see all the different generators. The orange triangles are remote generators. The greens are manuals. And then in our Grand Mesa program, you might not be able to see it, but that little blue triangle is also a liquid propane, and it's the only one we have in the state. This is our target areas for our aerial program. It's actually that white and red hatch pattern down in the lower right. But yeah, that's targeting the Never Summer Mountain Range. We work in partnership with the Wyoming Water Development Office, and all their seeding tracks are above that. Here's just one of our generators that was towed out recently. That's one of our Desert Research Institute generators. It's a remote generator. They are state of the art and very nice. There's actually one that same generator right around here. It used to be in the parking lot of the maintenance building, so you would have been able to drive right by it. We recently moved it up into a more efficient location on a ridge, but it's right around here. This is one of the generators at the Never Summers, and again, a DRI. Sometimes we set up that fence around it to protect it from wildlife or the public. So I just wanted to give you guys an idea of how we site these. We usually do feasibility studies, looking at wind speed, wind directions, number of storms in a winter. But these are the 2 we cited for the Never Summer ground-based. So you can see, the black dots are where they are. And then depending on the wind direction and speed, those are the black ovals are basically our different target areas. Just a picture of another generator. That one was just brought out this season for the Grand Mesa program. It got out kind of late in the season. The fabrication took a little bit longer, so it won't be its primary home, but we just wanted to get it out so we could seed during this last winter. We also have a radiometer that the state purchased with help from the lower basin states. This instrument identifies supercooled liquid water in the cloud, which is the main thing you need to cloud seed. So we set this up in Walden at the beginning of the season, so that there's Never Summers that it targets. I wanted to brief, not only are we trying to operate the most efficient programs, but we also want to operate safe programs. So in statute, we have a lot of different things built in to ensure that we're doing this. One of the primary ones is our suspension criteria. Anytime flood advisory, blizzard warning, avalanche, severe thunderstorm, or just that the snow is getting too deep. So we have different tools that my contractors use to notify them when they should suspend. This one is the NRCS that we use. So those are different snow tells around the state. When they turn red, we might consider suspending cloud seeding operations in that area. We also work very closely with CAIC, the Colorado Avalanche Information Center. They publish this map that's just kind of going on snow depth, but what my contractors really use, if you can log in to the CAIC website, and this is just all the highways around the state. This will go from notice to warning to hazard. So they, closely monitor this throughout the season to see if if we should suspend operations in any of these areas. One of the reasons we should suspend is this is a picture of Berthoud just this last winter. I think it was closed for 4 to 5 days. So, I talked to my program support that we have with Winter Park and my contractors to make sure that we suspended cloud seeding operations, so we didn't help contribute any more to this. This is just a breakdown of our total seeding hours per program per water year. You can see the different programs on the right. So you can see, these last 2 years have been pretty effective for cloud seeding. We broke a lot of our records for some of the programs this water year. And you can notice that the Vail Beaver Creek. So they do have a permit that we just renewed in 2020. Unfortunately, with COVID, they suspended funding. We're kind of working with them to get them back on board right now because they actually have the oldest cloud seeding program in the state, dating back to the early 1970s. I'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute. Just another way of looking at it, broken down by program. But again, you know, you can see that these last 2 years, we had a lot of storms come through that were seedable. And this is the total number of seeded storms per program per year. So, I mean, you can see, you know, for some of the programs, the number of seeded storms annually doesn't vary a lot, but, you know, some of them are going up, which is always just nice to see. And, you know, this graph, you know, I just wanted to show this so you could have an idea, but, you know, we can also, you know, if a storm comes through, you know, you can have a storm that you can seed for a day and a half, which would obviously just count as one seeded storm. And then you can have, you know, multiple smaller storms. So this is just to give you an idea of total seeded storms. This is our area, just, I get this breakdown annually from our aerial program. This last season, you know, we had 11 total flights, 6 seeding flights and 5 recon flights. You probably can't see if it's too small, but it does go into, you know, the exact duration of the flight, how much of the seeding agent was released, just a helpful tool that we, you know, closely monitor throughout the season. This is just a cool picture that Weather Modification International sent me. Obviously, that was probably a very good day for cloud seeding. You can see that rime ice build up on the plane. And then I just wanted to give some quick updates. So DRI is currently developing these backpack units that basically attaches onto a manual generator and turns it into a remote generator. You get a lot of benefits out of a remote generator because you don't have to have someone go and physically turn it on and off. It's basically controlled by a tablet, and you can also put them on much higher elevations that you might not be able to get to throughout the winter. So one downfall with remote generators is they are expensive. So these new backpacks are, you know, a fraction of the cost and can turn our older equipment into newer remotes, basically. So I have 3 ordered from DRI right now. They got backed up on some of the parts just due to shipping confusion and COVID stuff related stuff. So they're working on 3 backpacks. We're hoping to get them and beta test them this next season. We had 3 new DRI remote generators delivered this season. I showed you one of them from the Grand Mesa program. So 3 were brought out, 2 were set up. 1 was brought out late enough in the season where we didn't feel like it was worth it, and they couldn't actually get to the spot we would like to put it just due to snow depth. I work closely with St. Vrain Left Hand Water Conservancy District. They have 2 knock generators right now. It's really nice working with them. That's actually our only front range program. But we're working to fabricate a new generator for them. It's nice on my side because basically if I pay for the fabrication of it, they pay for all the maintenance and operations moving forward. So it just makes for a clean relationship. And then like what I mentioned earlier with the bringing Vail Resorts back, you know, we're trying to really get them back. We saw them as like, you know, a front runner and major supporter of this weather modification program. And with having them back out due to funding issues, you know, we just don't want to see that with other ski resorts that are involved in programs right now. So with some of the severance tax money that I received, we're working on creating these weather mod suites, and they would have, you know, an ice detector, an anemometer that's wind speed direction, air temp sensors, relative humidity sensors, and a heated lens web camera. So we're going to try to like kind of use it as a carrot, putting these at the top of some of their ski lifts to try to bring them back on. And it would just be great to start collecting that data all around the state. I've also been working with the Bureau of Reclamation and Southern Nevada Water Authority. We got a grant from Reclamation that will go through SNWA, 2.4 million split between Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming. So each state gets around $100,000. I've been working closely with Deborah and Sarah. They've been incredibly helpful at our agency, and we're trying to see how we're going to spend that money. I recently got a statement of work from NCAR. They're doing a pretty in-depth program evaluation looking at all the different generators in a program, seeing how effective they are, if they need to be moved at all, and trying to really quantify how much additional precipitation we're getting from augmenting snowpack. And then I've also, I think I mentioned this at the last board meeting, but working with Desert Research Institute on a soil sample study. It's pretty cool. They will physically go out in the field and take soil samples around generators and target areas. And then we can start using this data annually to make sure that we're not adding any background levels of silver iodide to the environment and making sure, we're well below the thresholds that we need to be at. And then 2 feasibility studies. One is completed. I should be receiving it any day for the Yampa White Green. And then recently we've had interest in the Arkansas River Basin at the headwaters for another study, a feasibility study. So I've been working with my contractor on him putting together a statement of work for that. But that's pretty cool. I recently learned that we did actually have a program, around Leadville, the headwaters area back in the early 2000s for 5 to 6 years. I'm not sure exactly why we stopped that program. I'm guessing it had something to do with funding, but we're looking at renewing that. So there's renewed interest in that area. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thanks, Andrew. Yes, Director Brush.
Can you talk a little bit more about Vail Resorts, and are you looking to bring them back as a participant? Are they needing to fund it? They make a lot of money, so I'm curious about why we're giving them free things.
Well, so when they withdrew their funding, we actually went and moved generators out of their area that specifically targeted them. So although they have a current permit, there's still areas around there that we target just for the benefit of the state, but they're not getting any direct benefit on their mountains right now. But they were, funding around 200 to 250,000 before they pulled out. So it's just been ongoing discussions with them, trying to bring them back on board.
So do they not see the benefit of it?
No, I think they do see the benefit. When they pulled out, they blamed it on COVID and worried about revenue. And there's been turnover in their upper ranks that specifically deal with this stuff. So it's just been a process finding the right people to talk to and getting them back interested in the program.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Director Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple comments, Andrew. I'm really glad to see that there's going to be some money and effort going into evaluating effectiveness. There's been this chronic question, how effective cloud seeding is. And that's not just a Colorado issue, it's a global issue. There's so much money and silver iodide being thrown at hoping you can get a little more precipitation out of storms. It leaves the question whether we're really getting much benefit. So really pleased to see that, and the silver iodide evaluation, the environmental question. But I want to focus on the aerial program. The North Platte Basin has been a lead in that for the state for several years, and it was highlighted in your presentation. Interestingly enough, when Ty Wattenberg brought forward the water supply reserve funding request a couple months ago for continuing this program, it is ground-based only, as you probably know. And the reason for that is because the priority for the use of the plane, it comes out of Wyoming, and Wyoming takes first precedent. So there was quite a bit of frustration at the availability of the plane to make these reconnaissance or seeding flights, which is probably why you saw the number of hours spent seeding so low. And one of the reasons for the aerial program is the technical advice is that it is much more effective than ground-based in actually being able to effectively seed a storm. So my question to you is, do you have an evaluation comparing ground-based versus aerial? And if aerial is truly that much better, is that something that Colorado should look into and replace some of these ground-based seeding programs with a state-based aerial program?
Sure, I appreciate the question. So we do get our annual reports for both our aerial program and our ground-based program in the North Platte and Eversummer region. They still show the same about, a 5 to 12% increase. There's pros and cons to both. I know you said, aerial is very effective, but there's also some downfalls with it, not only the expense of it, but also you can only, fly a plane for 3-5 hours in a storm where you could run a ground-based generator for the entire duration. So there's a lot of back and forth going to see which is more effective. But that's another reason why we're trying to use both. And then there has been interest in possibly having an aerial program in other parts of the state. And, we are looking at the Yampa White Green feasibility study just for that reason, because, we think they might be close enough that, we could get some, we could have one plane to fly both of them. It's just been a headache. Wyoming Water Development Office has been very helpful throughout all this. I know you said, they do have priority, which is frustrating, but they also pay a lot of the fees of housing the plane, keeping it on their property, maintenance. So that's one of the reasons. But it is something that we're constantly evaluating to see if it would be economically feasible to have aerial seating programs in other parts of the state.
And not for this afternoon, because you probably need to wind up given the schedule for this meeting, but I'd be very interested in specific data being presented to the board on how you evaluate the actual increase in precipitation.
Sure.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. Anyone else? Director Brown.
I have what I assume is a stupid question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. In the summer, when we get those huge thunderstorm clouds and it doesn't actually end up raining, is there any way for any of the technology we use in cloud seeding to break open possible storms in the other seasons?
So, in Colorado, we just focus on glaciogenic cloud seeding wintertime, but there are a lot of states that do hydroscopic, specifically looking to increase rainfall. I'm not quite sure why we've always gone in just wintertime. I just think, our mountain ranges are very conducive for effective wintertime cloud seeding. But, there's a lot of other states around the country that do summertime rainfall enhancement. So it's a possibility that's something we could look into more in the future.
Please.
That's interesting. Okay, so it wasn't a stupid question. That's shocking to me. You would think that would be an easier way to know if it's working, right? Because if you're seeing these storms that we kind of have these patterns and then you're able to break those storms open, that would really show you the effectiveness of the programs. Did these programs take place in areas where it's constantly wetter, and so they kind of are up against the same type of issue that we have in the winter, where you don't know, you can't for certain whether you're impacting the inches of precipitation?
So when they have, other states do the summertime. A lot of them do it with pairing with hail suppression. The Dakotas do that, specifically so they can seed a cloud. So if you're going to have large hailstones that would damage a crop, if you seed it, you hope that you're just getting more but smaller hail. So they use that in congruence with the summertime seeding. But another thing with the summertime seeding is, I think, you might be able to see like what you said, maybe like, a cloud opening up when you seed it. But, I just don't know if they've run that data. They use a lot of radar technology, so you can see the actual patterns of the plane flying, releasing the solution, and then on a radar, you can see, the band of the precipitation forming. So that, that's how they kind of use to validate it. But we validated it that way with wintertime as well. We had a big study up in Wyoming where you could see on radar, an airplane flying, and it would do zigzag patterns while releasing the solution. And then on the radar, you could see zigzags of the precipitation forming in the clouds. So they use both ways to, show that both work.
Okay, any other questions for him? Oh, Barbara's got your hand up again. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Director-
if I might, without extending this too long, Director Brown, I appreciate your question because the question about effectiveness of cloud seeding is very widespread. How do you determine whether a storm would have delivered 2 inches or 5 inches? Because you can't do the managed control of the experiment. So looking at the radar result in the cloud is one way to say, yes, it does have an impact, but how much more precipitation are we getting? And that is a real problem and really needs to be answered effectively to keep throwing money at this program.
And I completely agree with that. We are currently working with NCAR, who's doing studies right now, really trying to quantify how much additional precipitation we're getting out of these cloud seeding programs. So we're currently underway on studies trying to answer that question.
Okay. So anything else on agenda 15? Okay, we'll move on to 16 then.
Okay, stuck with me again. Okay, I do this, Andrew Rickard for the record. I give this presentation once a year to our Colorado Snow Survey update. So Colorado Snow Sampling and Observation, snow survey and the water supply forecasting began into 1935s by NRCS. Currently, the state of Colorado has 80 active snow courses. CWCB adopted Willow Creek Pass snow course in January 2015, and this was back when Joe Busto was operating the program. And then we adopted the Parkview and Granby snow course in January 2018. And, these courses would have just been lost, and there's decades of data. So it was really awesome to see, Joe step up and say that we'll manage these snow courses so we can keep that data going. So our manual snow surveys, they're conducted around the state to measure snow depth, snow water equivalent, and snowpack density. Most snow courses are 5 to 10 point measurements. Our Parkview is 16, Willow Creek Pass is 13, and our Granby is 10. And the SWE is measured by taking a core of the snowpack and weighing it to determine the water content. And we do 4 surveys at the end of January, February, March, April. And then I submit our data to NRCS so they can have that for the water supply outlook. So here is a map of all 80 snow courses around Colorado. I'm going to concentrate on these 3, kind of zoomed in so you can kind of get an idea of where they're at. I think they're up that Highway 125 going up Willow Creek Pass. We have the Parkview, which is actually in the North Platte drainage, and then the Willow Creek Pass and Granby, which are both in the Colorado drainage. So here's a view of the Parkview. I was going to use my laser pointer to kind of point and show stuff, but obviously that won't work. But basically we park along I-25 or 125. We walk back to the beginning of that blue line, and then, we follow the snow course. It has that dog leg to the left at the end. That one's had 16 measurement points. Willow Creek Pass, so as we're, heading back to the Winter Park area on 125, park and, probably about maybe a mile hike up to the start of it. And this is one of the ones that doesn't have, T-posts. So we measure off every 50 feet. And this one has a total of 13 measurement points. And then our Granby. We'll be very close to this one today. That's, if you know where Sea Lazy U Ranch is, it's actually on their property. So we always give them a call, let them know that we'll be out there. So this is kind of what a map looks like. It shows you where to start. A lot of them have, placards or signs of the start of the snow course and a placard at the end. one of ours has the first one, the Park View has T-posts, so we just walk next to a T-post and take a measurement. Willow Creek Pass, we have to measure off, and then we have like construction tape around trees at the Granby course, because it's kind of on their ski hill, so I don't think they would have liked us putting T-posts in there. That's the idea of what a map looks like. Here's the equipment we use. You can see the tube. So the main things are the tube and the scale. Then we have our notebook and, some of this other stuff. We call it a rag on a stick, so that if snow gets stuck in it, we send a pole through and pull a rag through to clean out the tube. And this is what the sheet looks like that we fill out. I think I have, oh no. Okay, sorry about this. It's gonna fill this out, but I'll just talk why this happened. So we fill this out, the sample number. That first column is depth of snow in inches, then the length of core in inches that, you look, the tube has little slits in it, what you can see. And then we take the weight of the tube and core. And then before we do that, we're tear the tube to see what it is empty. And then you minus those two numbers together to get the water content in inches, and then you take that number and divide it by the depth of snow in inches to get the density percent. These are on the back of the sheets, just some helpful observations for NRCS when they're putting in their data, if it's clear, partly cloudy, were there ice layers in the snow, how deep to the first ice layer, was the ground frozen, wet, damp. So we just fill this out to aid them in their data. And then I basically have a bunch of pictures for you. So this is at the beginning of the Park View course. I think this was January this year. That's Stephen Reeves. I want to give a shout out to some of my colleagues that really helped me with this. Doug Mahan, Eric Sky, Stephen Reeves, Kevin Hauk, and Chris Sturm. So basically, we'll get there, we'll set up the tube, put all the data, the start time in the notebook, get all that ready. And then we plunge the tube down to get the measurement, the depth of the snow. So you can see here, this was 44 inches. NRCS likes us to be as specific as possible. So we'll go to, 45.5 if we need to, same with weighing it. Then, as I said, you want to get the length of the core. NRCS tries to require that you get at least 80% core. So, if you had 45 inches depth of snow, you'd like to see a core sample around 40, but sometimes that's really hard to do. But then you record that. And as I'm doing this stuff, I'll be shouting out, like if Kevin Hauk is taking notes, I'll say depth 45, he'll repeat that back to me, so on and so forth. So then you look at the core. And then a lot of the times, if you get any like debris or duff in the bottom of the tube, you want to scrape that out so that you know that when you're weighing it, you're just getting the snow sample. And then you put it on the scale. The scale's usually on a ski pole. And then I think I have a picture of, you take your hands off, make sure it's balanced. And then, you weigh it. So there you can see this one's like 27.5 we would have recorded for that. So you just want to be careful, you don't really want to be careful that you don't mess up any data, because that could, vary and change the water supply forecast drastically. So you just want to be as precise as possible. And then you record, and you want to make sure that you're always within like a 5% difference. So if your water content in inches is 0.19, 19%, you want to make sure that if the next one is 0.26, then you want to take the samples over again. So you won't only want a span of 5.5. But yeah, we always double check our work. That's me and Stephen Reeves, and this is at the end of the Willow Creek snow course. You come to this big opening. It's really beautiful. This is Chris Sturm. This is the one we just did at the end of April. So you can see the snow's not very deep, but that's one of the T-posts that I said. So this course makes it really nice that you can just walk to it and take measurements right at the post. You don't have to measure out 50 feet like you do for some of the other courses. This is at the Willow Creek. You can see the snow tell right behind us. But that's just about that's the start of the Willow Creek course right there. I'm standing right next to the T-post. This is the park view. It's kind of hard to see, but down on the bottom right, you can kind of see the T-post going back. So, you're just walking kind of in this corridor between the trees, but it's very beautiful. It can be, pretty brutal work. A lot of the times when you're just snowshoeing in 4 feet, 50 inches of snow, and you're post holing all day, it can be incredibly tiring. It can be pretty brutal. This season wasn't too bad. January is usually the worst, but actually when we got up there to do that, someone had just ripped snowmobiles up. So that was really nice to walk on. This is the Willow Creek course again. This is again in April. I have some other pictures of April. You can kind of see, obviously this is towards the end of the season. It's getting pretty bare out there. I just want to put this in to show how brutal it can be. Back last January, me and Doug and Kevin Hauk were doing one, and you can see it was -26 at the Granby course that morning. Bitterly cold. Every time I'd blink, my eyelashes would freeze together. And this is at the Granby. This is on C Lazy U's property. So this is the April. This is kind of what happens most years. For the April one, usually there'd be snow going up the mountain right here. So obviously when we come to something like this, we just record a 0 in the notebook. Again, walking up this, so some of the spots had snow, even though it's probably at most 9-10 inches deep. There's Chris Sturm looking at the core, length of the core. Me and Doug, sometimes when you take your first couple measurements, you'll keep going and you'll realize maybe your first ones were out of the percent range you want to be in. So sometimes walking back, we have to redo them. That's what happened here. These are the snow course markers that you'll see kind of marking the beginning and end of the snow course. This again is in April that we just completed. And that's me and Eric walking down the ski hill at C Lazy U. And that's all.
Thanks, Andrew. Does anybody have any questions or comments for the? Yes, appreciate it.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Andrew, how do you determine what staff get to go with you?
So I have had pretty consistent staff that goes with me the last couple years. I used to send out an email to all staff, but recently I've just stopped doing that. But staff is always welcome to come. So if anybody, I always tell any staff if they'd like to be a part of this, they're more than welcome.
Does anybody get shy about it when it's 26 below?
Yeah, that has happened a couple of times. A few years ago, I won't name names, but we had a couple people that refused to get out of the car and help.
Thank you. Director Vasquez.
Yeah, so Andrew, you and the crew should get some hazardous duty pay, not so much for playing in the snow at -26, but driving 125. That poor road has so many potholes. There's no place to drive that doesn't have holes in the road.
Yeah, I completely agree. We've had, just this year, we actually drove up. It was either at the January or February snow course. When we were driving up, it hadn't been plowed and there was probably 10 or 12 inches on it. So it was pretty scary, but we've even had it, coming back. There's been pretty small rivers running across it with, springtime flow going across at some areas. So it can be a little hazardous. I agree.
Anyone else?
I would just like to extend an invitation, and if any of you are interested in participating in the snow course, I'm sure Andrew would love to take you.
Yes, absolutely. We have extra gear. If you don't have snowshoes, yeah, just reach out. We'll be more than happy to take you with us.
The April one looked pretty good to me.
The April one's always the most popular with staff, for sure.
Right. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. On to 17, Elizabeth.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth Scoder, CWCB staff for the record.
And because Colin already said this, I feel like I also have to give a shout out to Camp Chief Ray, where I was a camper and camp counselor for many years. So it's good to be back here. I'm here for agenda item 17, Water Education Colorado's annual allocation and scope of work review. This is an action item for the board. The staff recommendation for the board is to approve the proposed fiscal year 2025 scope of work for Water Education Colorado. As many of you know, we have worked many years with WECO since it was founded in 2002. We've partnered with WECO in a number of ways and have typically supported them with an annual appropriation in the amount of $150,000 from the construction fund through the projects bill. I'll turn it over to Jayla Poppleton, WECO's Executive Director, to speak to the details of the scope. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. You picked a beautiful spot, and the weather is much better than when I saw you last at the March meeting at CSU Spur. I do have my own personal anecdote connected to Snow Mountain Ranch. The first and only time that I ever stayed here was quite a while ago. I was 1 week shy of my due date with my second son. And I was here for a friend's wedding, and I had to wake my husband up to travel back to Denver in the middle of the night with our 2-year-old to have that child. He's now 17 years old and plays for the Northfield High School lacrosse team, and they're having a really exciting postseason, some postseason success. So just last night they played Cheyenne Mountain down in Colorado Springs, and we had a late night cheering them on to victory. They're now going to the semifinals and playing at DU on Saturday. And the last 4 teams left in the competition are Erie, Battle Mountain at Vail, and the Air Academy that's based at the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs. So wish us luck. So as Elizabeth said, I'm here today to present a recap of our work over the past fiscal year. So this is something that we do every year to come back and thank the board for its support and to share how we're putting the state funding allocation to use toward our various programs and activities. And then we also share our proposed scope of work for the following year. This is a recurring allocation, as Elizabeth said, through the projects bill and the construction fund that was first provided by the legislature in 2002, which is how WECO was established. And it's very important to us in how we continue to operate and punch above our weight, so to speak, in the amount of work that we're able to accomplish. Some of you may recall that in fiscal year 2021, those funds were removed. That was a year of significant budget cuts, and that had a significant impact to WECO. After that point, we did work really hard with DNR, with CWCB, and with the state legislators to see that recurring allocation restored. At that point, Greg Hobbs, who was the vice president of our board at the time, articulated well the really important connection and longstanding relationship between our organizations and the value of maintaining that connection, in part via the funding, but also through all the ways that we work to collaborate and then formally through the representation of both DNR and CWCB on our board of directors. So just as a reminder, via our bylaws, we have 2 representatives that serve on the WECO board from CWCB, and currently those are Elizabeth Scoder and Katie Weeman. And we also have a representative from DNR, and that's currently Kelly Romero-Heaney. In addition, the acting chairs of the Senate and the House Ag committees, which currently are Senator Roberts and Representative McCormick, have a seat on our board as well. So with that, I will get into the report. We do have an annual report that I have available for all of you. I'd like to pass it around when I'm done. This is something that the scope of work actually does support as part of the operational piece of the scope. This is a way that we can communicate with our community and with our funders, members, donors about the impact that they're helping us to have across the state through all of our programs. So this is available to read online. It summarizes all of our programs, includes participant feedback, the water workshops that we've hosted for elected officials. It looks at the Water 22 campaign's total reach and impact, awards that WECO's received, as well as the awards that we've given out. In that time period, it has a complete list of our volunteers, again, our financial contributors and our board members. So please take a look at that. So the annual report as part of organizational support also includes the audit. So the financial review that we do every year, as well as support for maintaining our website. So that's the first piece in the scope of work. And then we move on to general public outreach. The public outreach category includes something that WECO's been investing more significantly in recent years, which is legislator education. So this year, during the legislative session, we hosted two 201 level workshops for legislators. In March, we looked at wetlands and WOTUS with the dredge and fill legislation that was being considered, as well as the topic of growth, density, and water demand planning. And then in April, we looked at current events concerning interstate compacts. These workshops are hosted in partnership with Colorado Water Congress and are also historically supported by the scope of work. And then we've been adding additional public outreach for county commissioners and working closely with Director Felt in developing these. So in November at the Colorado Counties Inc. annual conference, winter conference in Westminster, we had a brief session, and you can see the panel that participated there, which included Dan Gibbs and Greg Felt. And then we have an upcoming workshop in May at the summer conference that we're putting together. It's going to be a longer one. I'm just going to take a quick drink. So this is coming together right now. We've got 4 hours on their agenda to work with county commissioners, looking at the basics of water law administration and compacts, strategies and tools for identifying water-related values in your county, ways to protect and support agricultural producers, county roles and adequacy determinations, using water data to inform county comprehensive plans, and also using 1041 in different contexts. So this is a place that we're going to have our first opportunity to actually work with our new state engineer. Jason Ullman has a significant portion of that agenda, and we really appreciate him for contributing there. And then more broadly, when we're talking about public outreach and the work that WECO does to reach the public, we do a lot of presentations for different community groups, tabling at events. We promote opportunities from other organizations for people to get involved via our newsletter and our events calendar. And then because we're now housed at CSU Spur, we're doing a lot of work there, participating in some of their public events that are hosted every second Saturday. We have a new Headwaters magazine stand in the Hydro Building lobby, so really excited about offering that as a resource for the public who visits that campus. And then we also participate in a lot of collaborative groups. So increasingly, WECO is asked to help inform different public gatherings and events. The Water in the West conference is something that we've historically participated in advising on, and I was privileged to moderate a panel at last year's conference. We just advised and helped support the Colorado Water Center in hosting the inaugural Water Workforce Summit. We also work actively with the PEPO group and the Basin Roundtables, the Colorado Water Congress Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, and the state's Water and Land Use Alliance, among others. And this is also something that's historically supported by the scope of work. And then lastly, we opportunistically put on other public outreach events. We call them our social water series. And that's because they're really intended to be free, low pressure events for community members to come out and learn something about their water, ways that it's challenged, ways that it's being managed. And an event that we hosted last fall was an author talk with Peter Glick, who is the director of the Pacific Institute. And he came out to 2 events at CU Boulder and Metro State University. And we had about 60 people attend each of those events. So moving into our education and leadership programs, this is really a lot of the meat of the work that WECO does alongside our publications. Our water fluency program is in its 10th year. It was launched in 2015. We've had 309 participants, not including this year, since it launched. We finished the 2023 program in August, and we're kicking off the 2024 program next week with our first session. There's 37 people participating this year, and our focus is the Upper Colorado Basin. So we always highlight case studies with a region of focus, and we'll actually be coming back this direction in July for a 2-day session based out of Winter Park that will include site visits. For 2025, we're considering focusing on the North Platte, or maybe more broadly, Division 6, or a Northern Colorado focus that includes parts of the South Platte and North Platte basins. So that's still to be determined. And then another exciting thing that we're working on in 2025 is developing a self-guided, self-paced digital option for people who aren't able to commit to the full water fluency program, but want to really build their knowledge of water, and can do it through a series of modules that we're going to put together and offer to also expand our reach and the number of people that we're able to touch with this program each year. And then Water Leaders, this is a program that we're really proud of. It's been active since 2006 in Colorado. We've had 242 people graduate. In contrast to water fluency, which is really about developing water knowledge, this is about leadership skill building for water sector leaders. And some of the folks at this table have been through the program. And this year, I'm really excited to share that Elizabeth is one of our class members. I want to thank the mentors who provided support. Mentorship is a really key piece of the program, where each class member is paired with 2 people from the water sector to meet with throughout their experience, to learn from, to ask questions about their career, to glean those leadership lessons. And in 2023, Director Felt, Robert Sakata, Director Riss, Kelly Romerahini, Anna Mouse, Becky Mitchell, Kevin Ryan, and Kate Greenberg were all mentors. And we really, really appreciate you contributing your time and energy to support those class members. One thing that we changed in 2023 is that we increased our class size. So here again, we're seeing significant demand for the program. The class size had been 16. We bumped it up slightly. Now there's 20. That worked really well last year, so we're sticking with that into this year. The 2024 program just kicked off in April, and they will graduate in October. And you may be getting asked to be a mentor again. Feel free to decline if it doesn't feel like right this year and it doesn't work with your schedule. But we do sincerely appreciate your contributions that way. One thing that we're bringing back this year is a 201 level training. So this is continued skill development for alumni of the program. And we have this training actually taking place next week, focused on advanced facilitation and decision-making. So that's another exciting piece of what we do with our water leaders. On the educational side, we have our annual River Basin Tour. Another thing that's coming right up, just 3 weeks away. We'll be featuring the Upper Arkansas River Basin this year on June 4th and 5th. Again, Director Felt has been instrumental in helping us with this. You can see a couple pictures with him here. He was part of a day-long scouting trip that we did to go visit the sites in advance and map what we're going to be doing, and really kind of piece together the conversation that's going to happen in the field in advance to make sure that's a really valuable learning experience for the people who come along. One thing that we're really, we worked really hard on is to align the schedule and this opportunity with the Water Resources and Agriculture Review Committee members. So they've been participating for many years now. You can see them there at Fish Creek Falls on last year's tour, which featured the Yampa White Green River Basin. The Water Educator Network, this is something that we've been doing for 10 years now. And it's an affiliate program where WECO provides leadership, opportunities for collaboration, resources, trainings, with a focus on capacity building and really increased coordination towards shared goals amongst people who work on water education across the state for different audiences, different regions. This year, this program has been a little bit quiet, and this is related to some staffing changes at WECO. We instead focused our efforts on conducting a 10-year assessment of the Water Educator Network, really looking at what it had accomplished over the past 10 years. Where are people really seeing the value? Where should we continue to invest? Where might we scale back? And so we're looking at some restructuring, The WECO board actually just met last week. We are recommitted to bringing someone new onto our team, but we are seeking additional funding to make this possible before we make that hire. And then with Project WET, this has been kind of a subset of the work we do with the Water Educator Network. It's a national program. WECO's been the host institution for this since 2017. Again, based on staffing, we weren't able to offer any trainings this year. And this has just over time been something that we've kind of just barely scratched the surface of. And we have a new partner who's reached out to us that, that thinks that they could do more with it. And this is another action that the WECO board took last week was a vote to release this project to that new partner. And I can share that when that becomes official. So moving from our education and leadership programs into content, we have Headwaters Magazine. You're all familiar with, I'm sure. We've been publishing since 2003, and actually our most recent issue featured snow and a lot of the topics that Andrew just covered around snow measurement, monitoring, how that affects forecasting, how that affects water management decisions. And there is an article on cloud seeding that I can refer you to. So I have copies of this for you as well that you can feel free to take after this. The other issues that were supported with this year's scope of work were the fall issue focused on water, and then the summer issue that we have coming up focused on industrial water use. Looking ahead to next year and what's in the scope of work, the topics that our publications committee has selected include a Water 101 on just basics in the fall. And then the spring and summer topics are still TBD, but we're talking about water speculation as a topic as well as groundwater. And then we produce complementary content to deepen the learning around each issue of Headwaters. So we host webinars and also have blog posts that help provide additional perspectives and insights. You can see some of the webinars that were hosted this year. The last one was the snow-focused webinar that we partnered with the Colorado River District to put on. Of our content programs are the citizen and community guides. We're in this kind of place of limbo right now. These were historically called citizens guides, and we're renaming them community guides to be more inclusive. So right now we have both. This year we focused on increased distribution of the 10 guide library, including the Spanish guides, also producing some correlating fact sheets to really simplify and abbreviate these for use by other educators, including PEPO liaisons doing education work for their roundtables. We have a PEPO statewide grant that's also supporting that work. It enabled us to provide 100 copies of each of our Spanish guides and the guides that we have that relate to those in English. That's the water law and the Where Your Water Comes From guide to each of the roundtables for their distribution and use. So that was really huge. Looking into fiscal year 2025, we're going to be translating the third edition of the guide to Colorado water conservation, making that the third Spanish guide in our library, and then beginning an update of the guide to Colorado's trans-basin diversions. And we'll be looking to work really closely with DWR on that. We want to bring some of the syntax into alignment. So just something as basic as renaming this the guide to trans-mountain diversions. Things that aren't part of the scope of work that are other WECO activities. So Freshwater News, it's an independent, nonpartisan news initiative that we launched in 2018. And we've published every week since its launch. So that's over 6 years of articles. It's guided by an editorial advisory board that's separate from the WECO board. We have membership in and awards from the Colorado Press Association. And this year, WECO worked to establish a new pilot collaboration with the Colorado Sun. And the goal of this was there were a few different things. So one, to increase the reach of the reporting, the impact and reach, but also to allow us to do more with less. And I'm proud to share that in the first 6 months of that collaboration, where we're co-publishing with the Sun, we now produce 2 stories a week, up from 1 a week. And the Sun has reported that some of the freshwater news stories that they've carried on their site have had the highest readership of any of their stories to date. It's also allowed WECO to reduce our staff time and direct expenses into freshwater news. So This is something that the board just decided to extend through January 31st. So we're going to be continuing this, continuing to experiment with part of this model and really looking to see if we can further develop this partnership. This is just a slide to show you some of the recent coverage that WECO, or Freshwater News, has included. Another piece is the Sustaining Colorado Watersheds Conference. This is not part of the scope of work, but we are in our 19th year of the conference. We host this with partners, the Colorado Watershed Assembly and the Colorado Riparian Association. About 300 people attend every fall. This year's theme is Flowing Through Change, and that's going to be October 8th through 10th up in Avon again. And last year we had a keynote that was really powerful from Ernest House Jr. from the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. So you can see him there speaking to our group. And then a great panel looking at WOTUS and wetlands. And you can see some of the CWCB and DNR team up there. And I would just turn your attention to the scope of work as it's displayed in a chart form in your packet, and the way that the funds are allocated, taking the $150,000 across these different areas. And I'll just run through it quickly and highlight a few changes from last year. In this first category of operational support, we have increased the amount of the allocation up from $12,500 to reflect that this is our big audit year. We also have a lot of work to do to continue maintaining our website and implementing our strategic plan. You'll also see in the next category an increase. So this is up from $15,000 last year for the general public outreach to reflect the increased investment that WECO is making primarily with that legislator and county commissioner outreach for elected officials. Also reflecting those increased demands on WECO as an advisor for other educational opportunities and organizations. Under the task 3, water education and leadership programs, this is actually reduced from $70,000 last year. And the biggest change here is that we removed the water educator network because of the current period of inactivity and some of the uncertainty around how that's moving forward. So you won't see that in the scope of work this year. And then lastly, under task 4, the content programs, the publications, this is very similar to last year, a slight increase over $52,500 last year. So at this point, I would open it up to any questions. And I do want to just make note quickly, and just a quick time check, that I did have a couple announcements that I wanted to make after we have this discussion and ask for your approval. And I will share that the WECO board officially approved this submission at its meeting last Friday.
Okay, thank you, Janet. Any other questions or comments on the budget and the ask? Okay, so on that one, do you have the task recommendation, Elizabeth? You want you put that up?
Okay, I can repeat the.
That's fine.
Okay. So the staff recommendation for the board is to approve the proposed fiscal year 2025 scope of work for Water Education Colorado.
Okay, so you've heard, is there a motion? Director Brody, second from Director Felt. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so you said you had a few more comments, just keeping in mind that we have the tour starting quick, so.
Okay, thank you so much.
This pig.
I wanted to make one quick announcement about our 2024 President's Reception. And so this is an event that we've hosted since 2007 to not only build community support for WECO, but also to raise critical funds for our mission and to honor really noteworthy water leaders in our community. Last year at the reception, we honored Russ Sands from the CWCB staff with our Emerging Leader Award. And Paul's been honored before. And this year I wanted to share, this is the first public announcement of this year's awardees. we will be awarding Lorelei Cloud with our Emerging Leader Award. And we're so pleased to do that to acknowledge just the really increased sphere of influence and leadership that you're providing in the water space. I know that you've been a leader for so long for the Southern Ute tribe, but this is a way that we want to honor what you're doing for water. And alongside Lorelei, we'll be honoring with our Diane Hoppy Leadership Award, the outgoing director of the Colorado Water Congress, Doug Kemper. And this is taking place September 5th, and we'd really love for all of you to be there to show your support to those leaders. Lorelei, thank you. And then the last announcement, and this is something that I wanted to be able to share in this forum directly with this board, because you've all been people who've been just so supportive to me in the time that I've been at WECO. On Friday, I shared with our board of directors a plan to transition out of my role this fall. So I've been working with WECO since 2009, and I brought a prop here. This is the first issue of Headwaters that I edited for WECO. And this was focused on actually the Basin Roundtables and the IBCC and the Water for the 21st Century Act. And something that I'm really proud to have contributed to, this dynamic of cooperation versus competition, which is what the magazine was titled. I see Brad Wind at the table. Everything I know about water, I learned at WECO or at Northern Water in the first 2 years of my career that I spent working there. And it's been such an honor and privilege. I love our community. I admire each and every one of you for the service that you provide to our state. And I heard Jason say this earlier about the DWR team, that you just really do it. It just shows how much you really are working for the good of the people and really positive outcomes. And so I honor that, for each of you. And it's been a great privilege to play this role that I play at WECO. And I'm really looking forward to figuring out what's next for me, and also just having a strong finish for the role that I've had here, and ushering in a new leader for WECO with a strong transition later this fall. So there will be a public announcement that's made with a job posting by the WECO Executive Committee coming soon, but I just thought I didn't want to pass up this opportunity to share that with each of you. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, Jada. Appreciate it. Okay, Viola, do we have any public comment?